There's been plenty of excitement as of late at the O.Co. The Green and Gold have won 10 in a row at home. Every night it seems like the A's find a new hero. Tuesday, catcher Derek Norris led the way with a 4 RBI game. And last night, Brandon Moss broke out of his funk with 2 long balls that led the A's to a 6th straight home win versus the Bronx Bombers. Today, it's anyone's guess who will step up. The A's look to build on their hot June as they go for the sweep of the Yankees. Absolutely gorgeous afternoon for baseball in Oakland. It's the final regular season matchup of the year between the Yankees and the Athletics. Maybe, just maybe, they'll meet in October. Let's hope so. So it's the third and final game of the series. Kuroda and Parker is your pitching matchup. And you're going to see today's A's-Yankees game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, California. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball, along with my broadcast partner, Ray Fosse. I'm Glenn Kuiper. Well, today the A's will face a right-handed starter for the second game in a row. We haven't said that a whole lot lately, but so those left-handed hitters are going to get a chance to hit again, Ray. They've been doing a pretty good job so far.
Amazing 5 consecutive lefties. These left-handed hitters weren't in the lineup, but last night they got a chance to play. And Brandon Moss, he's not been hitting for a big average, but he's been hitting big home runs. This guy deked everybody. Ichiro thought he's going to play the ball off the wall, went over the fence, a 2-run home run, and then how about this 0-2 off-speed pitch to John Jaso, also off the wall, another left-handed bat. Brandon Moss, though, you could not have asked for a fastball 3-2, and this ball was crushed. 11th pitch of the bat from Chamberlain, and Brandon Moss went deep, and also John Jaso did another great job, and also Eric Sogard. These guys did a great job going opposite field, hitting the ball, and they're going to get a chance to play a lot with 16 consecutive righties coming up pretty soon.
Parker and Kuroda is your pitching matchup. Parker's pitching great, and Kuroda, he's probably the best starter for the Yankees right now.
Not getting a lot of run support, low ERA, but for Jared Parker, trying to get back to the 500 mark. He's won his last 3 starts. He's 5-6 on the season. A great pitching matchup this afternoon. I like the color of the uniform. That gold is a special color to wear on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Make it Thursday afternoon.
We'll make it Thursday. The weekend's right around the corner, but it is a beautiful day, and we love day baseball here at the Coliseum. Lineups and first pitch coming up next. It's Parker and Kuroda, and it's the A's going for the sweep of the New York Yankees. Stick around.
Sportsnet California is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Now's your chance to go big at Jack in the Box. Try Jack's Big Stack Burger. 2 jumbo beef patties stacked with onion rings, cheese, and pickles.
Gorgeous day for baseball as the A's take the field wearing the gold tops this afternoon. And they are going for the sweep of the Yankees. Remember last year the A's swept a 4-game series from the Yankees. Trying to make it a 3-game sweep this afternoon. Game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open daily. 71 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. It's one of those days where we like to say this is why we live here. Beautiful.
I've
no
heard that,
humidity.
I've already heard that today a few times.
And you may hear it again from me. Perfect day.
And the Yankees, they have to enjoy a lot of rain back on the East Coast coming that way.
Here's the Yankees lineup for this afternoon. Gardner to lead off in center. Nix moves up and hits in the second spot. Cano third. Teixeira in the cleanup spot. Hafner will DH. Youkilis at third. Wells in left. Ichiro in right. And Stewart is the catcher.
Jared Parker making his first start against the Yankees this season. A couple of starts last year and picked up a win. And also the A's won the big game in New York on the 21st of September. That was when they had the big long road trip back east. Detroit, New York, and Texas. They won in 10 innings, a game in which Parker started. So he's pitched well against the Yankees. 1-0 in those 2 starts.
Quick look at the A's defensive lead today. Smith, Young, and Reddick in the outfield. Donaldson, Lowry, Sogard, and Moss on the infield, and Norris is the catcher. John Jaso is going to be the DH today. So Gardner is ready, and so is Parker. A's won on Tuesday night 6-4. They won last night 5-2, and both entertaining games. The Yankees making a push late in both games, but the A's hanging on to win. And the first pitch of the game is grounded down the right field line, and that's a hit. And Gardner with the great speed trying for second, and he'll make it with a double. And then the ball scoots away, and Donaldson hustles after it. So Gardner with a leadoff double.
And before the time of game and temperature could be announced, first pitch fastball from Jared Parker, and we've seen Coco Chris do it a lot. We saw Adam Rosales do it against CC Sabathia in New York, and Brett Gardner does it today. Why wait around? Pitcher wants to get ahead of the first pitch fastball. Jumped on it, and for a team that got only 4 hits last night, I think we're going to see some aggressiveness today from the Yankees, and we've already seen it.
And also a team that in the first 2 games of the series just 1 extra base hit. That was a double. So they now have 2 extra base hits in the series. And here's Nix. Nix bunts it foul.
And that says it all right there. They want to try to get Gardner to third base and try to get him in with the infield more likely playing back. And Nix trying to sacrifice it.
Do you think, Ray, it's more, hey, we think it's going to be a low-scoring game? Is it more, hey, let's get the lead in the game?
I think it's get the lead. And anytime a visiting team, you can get the lead before your pitcher takes them out. That's always the best.
So even if it's only a 1-0 lead, when you've been behind really the whole series and you've been trying not to be swept, maybe even a 1-0 lead makes a little bit of a difference.
And you look at Tuesday night, what Bartolo Colon did, bases loaded, 1 out, did not give up a run.
Yeah.
That really affected the Yankees, and they were done at that point.
Bunted again and bunted foul, so now it's 0-2. So Nix not able to do what he's being asked. 6 straight home wins versus the Yankees. Longest streak since 10 straight, way back in 89, 90, and 91. So about a 4 or 5 year period, the Yankees really had the A's number, but now it's starting to switch over into the A's favor.
Ken Singleton over with Michael Kay on the Yankees network. He said it's amazing what pitching does, especially the Oakland A's pitching, and that's what it's all about. The reason the A's have had the success.
Nix hits a line drive right into the glove of Lowry, and that's out number 1.
And you watch him go to the end of the dugout. You never want to go to the end of the dugout where the manager and the hitting coach and everybody is standing. And so Nix, who attempted a couple of bunts, line drive, made it out, and Gardner still at second base. Good slider to Nix to the outside part of the plate and a little bit towards the end of the bat, but a good breaking pitch. Got him swinging, trying to pull the pitch. better pitch to go to the opposite field. Instead, a line drive to Lowry at short.
Exmo brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
That's good in Exmo, isn't it? That's,
yeah, I love Exmo. You can see a lot.
No wonder the hitters are always in Adam Roden's video room.
And that one's drilled to deep center field. Young is near the wall, and that one is gone. Cano with a 2-run homer here in the first.
Well, that'll take care of moving Gardner to third base.
A towering drive to center field. Home run number 16 for Cano.
It's all about location, and we saw the first pitch to Brett Gardner. You're going to see a similar pitch to the powerful Robinson Cano. Fastball belt high. Derek Norris wanted it outside, and that's a 92-mile-an-hour. Perfect location for a hitter to do exactly what Robinson Cano did. And already in one inning, 1/3 of an inning, 2 runs. Last year in 16 innings combined, Jared Parker gave up 2 runs. A single run twice in a total of 16 innings.
Change up, swing and a miss, 0-2 to Mark Teixeira.
You know, Cap, we have seen with Jared Parker is rookie Kuroda enjoying the 2 runs already, but we've seen Parker in the early inning, like the first inning, stay more with the fastball instead of the changeup, which is a good pitch that he just buried in the dirt right there. But the pitch that he needs to throw. I think we saw him in Texas when he came in after a long sitting in the dugout. But threw a lot of fastballs, gave up 2 home runs, 3 runs in the first inning. That's all he gave up.
Well, they say that the changeup is a feel pitch.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with it? Maybe it takes an inning or 2 to get a feel for it.
But I think what you need, and you look at the hitters against the fastball in the month of April, it's declined in May and even way down in June. But the field part of it should be accomplished in the bullpen. And then taking your 8 warm-up tosses on the mound. Because if it's a pitch that you really need, then it's a pitch that you need to get the field as early as you can. Now, this is a belt-high fastball. First of all, the location was not where Parker wanted it, and you make a mistake to a power hitter. That's what happens. And it is day baseball. We've seen it the first 2 games of this series at night. Ball's not carrying as well. It's going to be a bigger difference today.
Now, if you're a hitter and you can get backspin on a baseball,
yep,
makes a huge difference. And that one had backspin.
Yeah.
Ball will carry a lot better with backspin on it. Teixeira tries to hold up, can't do it on a high changeup. And that's out number 2.
And even if it's a bad changeup, the fact that it comes out of his hand looking like a fastball, you'll get power hitters doing exactly what Mark Teixeira starts, tries to hold up, and had gone too far on a pitch out of the strike zone, but a changeup. And the always aggressive Mark Teixeira just couldn't make contact.
So here's Hafner.
Okay, that's why a changeup is so good to aggressive hitters who are first ball, fastball hitters. And I think this is more of an ambush in this first inning between Gardner and Cano in this half inning. But boy, if you can get the feel coming to the mound in the first inning, and you can throw first pitch changeups to hitters looking fastball, you're going to get a lot of swing and misses.
So Hafner in the 5th spot in the batting order today. A good swing there, fouls it straight back. Jared Parker, who has been pitching very well, 3 consecutive wins, beating the Giants, the White Sox, and then the White Sox again in Chicago. But a little bit of a tough start in this one with the 2-run homer by Robinson Cano. So in those last 3 starts, 4 earned runs in 20 1/3 innings pitched. Good enough for a 1.77 ERA.
But the start just before those 3 excellent starts, the one in Texas when he gave up the 3 runs in the first inning and 2 home runs, and that's all he gave up because he shut him out the next 6 innings, but the A's could not come back.
Hit in the air, left center. Seth Smith, the Scotted side retired. Robinson Cano with his 16th home run of the year, a 2-run shot. So bottom of the first coming up, 2-0 New York. Like this today, Jaso, Smith, Lowry, Donaldson, Moss, Reddick, Young, Sogard, and Norris.
And it is the right-hander, Hiroki Kuroda. And Kuroda, first start against the A's this season. Last year, faced the A's a couple of times. Had a win and a loss, actually. He lost in New York, and that was the late trip the A's made back to New York. He also shut out the A's early in the season in May. 8 innings of 4-hit baseball. But fastball, low 90s. He also showed the curve, the slider, and a split finger fastball, as most Japanese-born pitchers do.
Yankees defensively have Wells in left, Gardner in center, Ichiro in right, Youkilis, Nix on the left side of the diamond, Cano and Teixeira on the right side. Chris Stewart behind the plate.
Well, the best thing the A's could do in this half inning is get a run. Just a run. Get some guys on base. And good guy to start with, John Jason. Man.
C.B. Bucknor is calling balls and strikes today with Bill Miller at first, Todd Tishner at second, and the crew chief Dale Scott at third. First pitch is on the inside corner to Jaso first time.
Jaso hit a ball off the wall. An 0-2 off-speed pitch from Hughes last night, then a base hit to right center. In the outfield right now, expect him to be nothing but a singles hitter. I've never seen. John Jaso is not your prototypical leadoff hitter. He's got some power, but the outfield all the way around playing very shallow.
Kuroda misses high, and the count is 2-1. Hideki Kuroda looking for his 7th win of the year. Missed again, 3-1. Pours that one in there, 89-mile-an-hour fastball. In the Yankees rotation, we've seen Sabathian, Hughes, and Kuroda. And that's the Andy Pettit. This one's skied left side of the diamond. Youkilis fighting that sun. See, he has that glove up, and he's able to fight through the sun, and that's an out.
Well, here it is. This little bit of a delay, lifts the front leg, and then pauses at the top with a little bit of a hitch, and you see a lot of that with Japanese-born pitchers.
Good in the shutdown inning department.
Dale Nomo is probably the one that I think they called him the torpedo. I mean, he's great split finger fastball. Smile on the face already from Larry Rothschild as his club has seen the pitcher take them out with a 2-0 lead.
Cano handles the in-between hops. Seth Smith is retired on one pitch. So with 2 outs, Lowry will hit.
Batting in the third position,
Hideki Kuroda is 38 years old. Everybody knows Kuroda's story. 11 years in Japan, and then signed a long deal with the Dodgers. He was with LA for 4 years. And then this is his second year with New York. He pitched well last year and then was a free agent and re-signed with the Yankees. And he's still a good pitcher. Re-signed for a 1-year, $15 million deal.
He likes the small markets, Los Angeles and New York.
And it's funny, if you look at his career numbers, his career record in the United States is not anything impressive. It's 63 and 62. But really, he's had run support issues every year that he's pitched, except for maybe last year when he won 16 games for the Yankees. But his years with the Dodgers, he always pitched well, but the record did not indicate that.
Just hope today he does not know how to handle run support early in the game. 284 earned run average coming into the day.
Rolled over toward Cano, and it's going to be a 3-up, 3-down inning for Hideki Kuroda. Second inning coming up, 2-0 Yankees. Golden Gate University. No matter the obstacle, we can help you finish your bachelor's degree at ggU.edu/finish. Yankees with a 2-0 lead here at the Coliseum. Cano with a home run. He's just really getting into the serious part of that cotton candy. He's going to have a blue face in about 15 minutes. And he's not going to care. Youkilis, Wells, and Ichiro Suzuki. One for 6 in the series for Youkilis, and he's ahead in the count, 2-0. The Rangers will play tonight. They will host the Toronto Blue Jays in the first of a 4-game series. Of course, the A's with a 1-game lead over the Rangers in the AL West. It'll be Rogers and Darvish. So Darvish will look for his 8th win tonight. Again, the first of a 4-game series.
I think that means the A's get Darvish on Tuesday.
That would make sense.
4-game series.
There's a strike. So the Rangers, that long homestand, they have 4 games against the Blue Jays. They just wrapped up 3 against the Indians and then 4 against the A's next week. So game to watch tonight. And there's a leadoff walk to Youkilis. So in the first inning, the Yankees got a leadoff double, and here in the second inning, it's a leadoff walk.
Number 12, Vernon Wells.
The Mariners are off today. They are probably getting on a plane at some point today, and they will come to Oakland to get set for the weekend series here at the Coliseum. The Angels are also off today.
They probably needed it. That was a tough road trip they're just returning from. They had a big win last night, come from behind, or big 6-run inning.
And the Angels will start a 10-game homestand tomorrow night against these Yankees, so they'll be home for a while. Astros also off today. They'll host the White Sox this weekend. So Mariners, Angels, Astros all have the day off. So a lighter day around Major League Baseball. 0-1 pitch to Wells is on the outside corner. 0-2.
I kept talking to Joe Girardi, the manager of the Yankees. He said he was shocked that this was not a night game tonight. And I said, you know, the A's are very accommodating. And you think about the midweek day games that the A's play, which means it's usually a getaway day for the visiting team. And even though the Yankees are just going to Southern California, they're going to get in a reasonable hour, have a nice dinner, and then get ready for the weekend series. So that is really very, I think, in looking at the schedule, I like to play day games midweek. And back east, they just don't do it. And a night game in Boston is 4 o'clock, and that doesn't help a West Coast team that's flying across the country.
And the A's have always played the final game of a series. If it's in the middle of the week, it's always a day game.
Unless the network comes in, demands it be a night game, and you know, I think the teams from back east really appreciate it.
Close pitch, a bit outside. 1-2 the count.
A lot of guys do not like day games after night games, but it is a quick turnaround. Pitchers, if it's going to be too late of a game, they can leave early and go home, get the rest, because it's going to be a day game. But I think those are the challenges. The day games after night games, it's kind of who wants to win the most. In case the A's chance to sweep or be satisfied with the series win.
Moss near the coach's box. He's got it. Wells is retired.
I do know the number 6 down in the dugout. Not happy with just a series win after winning the first 2 games. Bob Melvin and his club wearing the alternate gold jersey today, and first thing the skipper said, wearing the good jerseys today, because he grew up watching the A's back in the 70s wearing these gold jerseys. Not surprised to see the pitching coach Kurt Young and the skipper talking.
So here's Ichiro. First pitch is hit hard towards Sogard. Takes a nice big hop, and that's a double play. 4-6-3. Side retired. Bottom of the second coming up. It'll be Donaldson, Moss, and Reddick. 2-0 Yankees.
Fans swing for the fences with the new Home Run Derby mobile game from MLB.com. Available on phone, iPhone, and iPad. Download free today. It was not a home run. Those guys get hit, Reggie, especially Reggie. But how about a great double play on one of the fastest guys in the league, Ichiro Suzuki. A little flip to Lowry and back to first and getting the fast Ichiro by a step. Taylor made, though. Nice flip by Sogard to Lowry as the runner got out of the way. Youklis got out of the way, but nicely turned by the A's to get 2 quick outs.
Donaldson, Moss, and Reddick here in the bottom of the second to face Kuroda. With a 3-up, 3-down first inning with a couple of ground ball outs. First pitch, fastball in for a strike. .317 the average for Donaldson, 8th best in the league. One for 8 in the series. Fouled right at the plate. Even with the good ERA by Kuroda, he has struggled in his last 4 starts. In fact, he has not won a game since the 17th of May. 0-3 with a no decision in those last 4 starts. And good pitch there as Donaldson swings over top. So that's the first strikeout for Kuroda. What do you have a question for the Athletics analyst Bip Roberts? Tweet your question to @CSN Athletics with the hashtag A's Talk, and your question could be answered during A's post-game live. CSNCalifornia.com, your interactive home for A's baseball all season long. So there's that 4-start stretch for Hiroki Kuroda. Still, though, a good ERA of 2.84 over the course of the season.
To the ERA for those 3 starts, that's quite high.
Yeah.
But he's getting hit. First pitch strikes, and he finished Donaldson off with a good split finger fastball.
And a good pitch there, 0-2. A little tailing fastball that catches the inside corner. .228, 11 homers, 33 RBIs for Moss after the 2-homer game last night.
First pitch breaking ball from Hughes to Brandon Moss gave the A's an early 2-0 lead as he went 4 1/3, 95 pitches in the night. That's not good. 95 pitches in 4 1/3.
5 walks. A's just kept fouling pitches off against Hughes. And
as you said, the Yankees came in with the fewest walks given up
yeah.
by the pitching staff. But last night, 9.
Coming inside. And he got it inside and jams Moss. Gardner comes in.
Brandon Moss with 5 hits the last few at bats, and they've all been home runs. And this one, Ichiro deked everybody. He's going to play the ball off the wall if it came down, similar to the Fenway Park. Reddick was tagging, and Moss a 2-run shot, then off Java Chamberlain, 11th pitch fastball, 3-2 off the back wall in center field. That was crushed. Nighttime, daytime, didn't matter. John Jaha.
His name pops up occasionally.
Yeah.
John Jaha.
Still up in the Northwest. Same occasionally in Seattle.
1-1 to Reddick.
So our good friend Blue Moon Oda in town last night and today. Of course, we normally see him in Anaheim sitting behind the dugout, or the A's Community Fund Golf Tournament, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. So the next homestand for the A's.
One and 2 to Reddick. Couple of home runs, 18 RBIs. Tipped up toward Gardner again. Yankee center fielder is under it, and Hiroki Kuroda has retired the first 6 A's hitters in this game. 2-0 New York after 2.
Theme songs are presented by the Oakland Tribune, and Contra Costa Times begins after the A's played. The Mariners right here at the old .co Coliseum. Bring the family into picnic blankets and enjoy the show from the outfield grass. On-field capacity is limited. For tickets and information, go to oaklandathletics.com/fireworks.
Chris Stewart to lead it off for the Yankees in the top of the 3rd. First pitch to Stewart is a bit outside. 282, 3 home runs for the Yankees catcher, Chris Stewart. Stewart has become the regular catcher for the Yankees.
He has done a great job behind the plate, added a little bit of offense. Joe Girardi, as a former catcher himself, managing the New York Yankees, he wants his catcher to do the job that catchers are supposed to do, and that is handle pitching staff.
Stewart was in 55 games last year for the Yankees. Yankees got him right before spring training in a trade from the Giants.
Yeah, Cervelli on the DL as well. He's the one that we showed. He's going to be out for a while, so Stewart taking over. The Yankees going to get a lot of healthy players back on the roster. They hope sooner than later to help them down the stretch, second half of the season.
That one cued, and it comes fair. Pick it up, and that's an out.
That's right.
It happens about twice a year.
That ball was cued, like you said. It was going foul, actually hit the lip in a foul territory, came right back in fair. Saw it in New York one time with an A's player. This time it happens to the Yankees, but look where the ball is, in foul territory, and then hits the lip of the grass because it's hugging the ground, right back to Brandon Moss. Ooh, like that. That's a gimme there. Mickey Kelleher said, how did that happen?
So 1 out, and here's the top of the order, and Brett Gardner. Gardner doubled on the first pitch of the game, and he later scored on the Cano home run.
You hear the buzz in the crowd. All those people saying, you know, you come to the park every day, you might see something you've never seen. I just saw something that I've never seen before. That's kind of the buzz around the crowd, the quietness of the crowd between innings.
It's a relaxed daytime crowd.
Yeah. It's just kind of a nice conversation amongst themselves.
Kind of like you and I. 2 guys just sitting in the stands watching a game together.
That's right. What a great play. That ball hit the lip, foul territory, came back fair. Have a beverage.
Haven't seen anything like that in a long time, right?
Stay hydrated.
Fouled straight back. So 2-1 to Gardner with Nix waiting in the on-deck circle. Parker's ready, and the 2-1 pitch is high. So 3-1. Gardner not the kind of guy you want to put on. He is a base stealing threat.
It's just enough power in the leadoff spot for the Yankees, and but you're right. His speed is one attribute the Yankees want more than anything, or the Yankees want that.
That's right. Moss is under it. He's got it, and that's out number 2.
The 14th annual A's Mug Root Beer Float Day is on Wednesday, June 26th. A's players and coaches, local celebrities, and more will serve fans mug root beer floats for $2 each. Limited supply of signed Ryan Cook mugs will be available for $25. $15 non-autographed mugs are also available. Proceeds benefit the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. Admission is free with a game ticket. Mug Root Beer Float Day is presented by Pepsi. Ice cream is donated by Drivers. It's good ice cream. Got a plant. You ever been to the plant to watch
No, I've heard about it. Nix has a base hit. And Nix lined out in the first inning, and he lines a single to left here in the third. So Cano will hit.
Robinson Cano did not wait around. First pitch fastball from Jared Parker, elevated, and he was ready to hit, and he hit, and ball to right center over the Xfinity sign. And no chance for Chris Young to run it down. Probably would have gone last night too. It's hit very well.
So that was the 16th of the year for Cano. He now has 42 RBIs. Most home runs Cano has hit in a season is 33, and that was last year. His last 4 years, he's hit 25, 29, 28, and 33. How about these totals, Ray? His last 4 years, doubles, 48, 41, 46, 48. I mean, you hit more than 30 doubles, that's a lot.
Yeah.
You get into the 40s.
Well, he's a complete player.
Yes, he is.
You looked at the extra base hits and the home runs and doubles. Think back to the great late Stan Musial. When you have 100 extra base hits, you're looking at an awful lot. Albert Bell, I think, did it with 50 doubles, 50 home runs. But you don't see guys who have the power to hit home runs, but also the speed and the ability to hit the extra base hits, like the doubles and triples.
He already has 193 career home runs.
And did they appeal to that?
They should have.
That's a swing. We have seen it called on the A's before with the bat on the shoulder. It goes through. Body goes through. Appeal everything. Bob Melvin appealed the ball in Milwaukee that Weeks hit. Really didn't see it. Appealed it anyway. They did the review. Came out to be a triple. Was it 2 years ago in Arizona that Robinson Cano was a home run derby leader? His father throwing him a home run derby. It was a game 2 years ago. Yeah. And he's the captain of the home run derby this season. Just saw him be in New York.
Decisions for Robinson Cano.
Oh, that's not a decision you want to make. You want to say, it's not my call. Somebody's going to make the decision for me. I'll just be the captain.
Well, we think Yoenis Cespedes would be fun to watch in the home run derby.
The Dodgers think Puig also.
Yeah.
Would be a nice addition.
1-2. Nix is running, and the ball's bounced foul down the first base line.
Did read that the managers of the All-Star teams, Jim Leland of Detroit, as Bruce Bochy, starting to name their coaches.
Yeah.
Already a couple managers have been selected for each All-Star team. Bob Melvin last year was extremely proud to be part of the American League All-Star team as a coach.
Jim Leland chose Robin Ventura and John Gibbons. And of course, Jim Leland also takes his staff.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Bruce Bochy chose Terry Collins and Davey Johnson.
I think Terry Collins would have been an obvious choice since the game is in New York. That's a good choice. I mean, you know, at least one player is going to get a standing ovation, or one member of the Mets.
Hicks is running again. This one's lofted down the left field line. Seth Smith headed into the corner into foul territory. Can't quite get it.
Got that right there. The swing by Robinson Cano. We saw it last night and have seen it in the series. As to why he hits the home runs on mistakes, but also takes an outside pitch, tries to go down the left field line. As you see the great pitch in Exmo. It's a change up, and then Robinson Cano takes the pitch floating away from him. Look at the spin, the rotation on that ball in Exmo. It's unbelievable. And Seth Smith smartly coming up short as the ball banged up against the wall. Better the ball banging against the wall than his body. Because while it is padded, there's still concrete behind it.
And the 1-2 pitch is hit hard. Sogard ranging far to his left. Gets into a slide, gets up and throws him out. Nice play by Eric Sogard, taking a hit away from Robinson Cano. Hit and a runner left. Bottom of the third coming up. Young, Sogard, and Norris will hit for the A's. Sportsnet California is brought to you by GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. GoPro, be a hero. Good way to get to the ballpark. Take BART. Get you here safe and sound. 2-0, the Yankees lead on Robinson Cano's home run. A's still looking for their first hit against Hiroki Kuroda. Young, Sogard, and Norris. Chris Young playing in center field. So Coco Crispin, Yoenis Cespedes out of the lineup today again. They could pinch hit if needed.
Well, when in doubt, rest, and especially when dealing with leg injuries. Lower extremities are always hard for players to get well. You say, well, guy with speed relies on his legs. Every player relies on his legs. Whether you're hitting, pitching, any kind of running, fielding. You have to have strong legs and healthy legs. Otherwise, it makes it difficult if you're thinking about an injury.
2-0 pitch. Missed again. 3-0. Japanese-born pitchers that have thrown 1,000 innings. Major League Baseball. Kuroda just joined Oka and Nomo.
But Nomo, a couple of no-hitters. One in Coors Field. Imagine a no-hitter being thrown.
Should be like a no-hitter and a half.
That's right.
And the pitch is a bit outside, and it's a leadoff walk.
Now that's a good walk because C.B. Bucknor, as we have seen, has a tendency to have a floating strike zone. And that one close to the outside part of the plate, but Chris Young is very good, very knowledgeable of the strike zone, and the pitch just off the plate, and fortunately for him, called the ball. And another walk for an A's player. Last night, the 9 walks and only 1 scored.
Young inches off at first, and the pitch to Sogard is a strike. 263, no home runs, 6 RBIs for Sogard. Sogard last night was on base 3 times, a couple of walks and a single. He's had lots of base runners last night.
Well, as you said, he admitted it's the easiest 2 stolen bases he's ever had in his career. 2 no look by the pitcher stolen bases. Poor catcher's got a caught or a stolen base against their totals for the season. No chance to throw him out.
0-2 pitch in the dirt, blocked by Stewart nicely.
Always a very good block with the runner at first. Keep the double play in order, and Stewart very calmly with a split finger fastball in the dirt. Technique outstanding, and that's what you want to see in a catcher. Hayes, of course, would like to have seen movement up to second base by Chris Young, but nice stop by Stewart.
Outfield shallow again and shifted toward left center. The Yankee outfielders just as a group like to play shallow. I've seen some teams do that. And a foul tip. Stays right at home plate, and the count remains 1-2.
You think back to last night, Eric Sogard, a couple of hits to the opposite field as he fouls this one. That was diving quickly, but got on top of it and fouled it. But the 2 hits to left field might have been caught in today's game, by the way Wells is playing very shallow in left field.
So Young, the A's first base runner, has a good lead at first. Not going, and a check swing by Sogard. He does not go, and the count is now 2-2.
Well, great check swing. Again, Kuroda likes to throw the split finger fastball, and his catcher showing confidence in him. That's a great. There's your splitter, the Exmo. I see the tumbling, and we saw the changeup from Jared Parker between innings at Exmo. And you see the tumbling similar to the split. That's with the changeup.
The breakdown for Kuroda, boy, he likes the slider and the split.
Yep. The split is his out pitch, unlike Phil Hughes last night, who had the 7-0-2 counts to start. Ended up throwing a lot of pitches, and Kuroda likes the splitter to try to get hitters to swing at pitches in the dirt. So far, Sogard has held up a couple of times.
And there's a shot, base hit right field. So Sogard has a nice at bat, and he's got himself a single. First hit for the A's, 2 on, nobody out.
You know, you take a couple of pitches in the dirt, hitter gets a fastball that's elevated, and Eric Sogard, who hit a couple of balls hard last night to left field, gets the little two-seamer coming right back towards the middle of the plate, and that's great concentration by Sogard. Boy, Adam Roden's going to put all these Expos together. He said, hey, guys, come into my office. Look at these. Well, those are great shots with the Exmo, and that's what hitters like to see. First of all, what a pitcher does, the rotation of the ball, and then their swing, staying right on it with the 2 strikes.
So Norris steps in. First scoring chance for the A's in the game comes here in the bottom of the 3rd. And runners take off, both of them throw to 3rd. There will be no throw to 3rd, and it's a double steal.
A helpless feeling for a catcher. Stewart came up ready to throw, and he had no place to throw. Look at the runners and a high leg kick by Kuroda, and you know, there was just absolutely no chance. And while you might be thinking Derek Norris would be maybe sacrificing, and he has to now.
Anymore. Oh, see, Stewart was hacked off too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And Ricky Henderson, Hall of Famer, in the house again.
Pitches outside, 1-1 the count.
Then again, as we saw last night, with the base running, the hitters took the pitch. Derek Norris did it again. He could see with the runners right in front of him that they got tremendous jumps, and wide swing the bat.
Big 4 RBI game last night for Tuesday night, for Norris, and he hits it hard on the ground. Nix handles it, throws to first in time. Young comes in to score, and the A's are on the board. So an RBI ground out for Norris. So after 4 RBIs on Tuesday night, gets an RBI here this afternoon.
If they do not steal the bases, this is a double play, and Kuroda has a runner at 3rd. So the fastball, the two-seamer, and Derek Norris with the pitch away from him, tried to pull it. Got the good part of the bat on the ball, but right to the shortstop.
So here's Jaso. Sogard at 2nd, and first pitch is high.
Watch the bat make contact, and watch what happens after contact. The ball hits the bat, and then the follow through the bat, and the ball stays right on the bat and just continues. That's why the follow through is important. That's amazing. First time I've ever seen it. Of course, it takes Exmo to be able to see it that clearly. That's why the follow through instead of the recoil is very important, to make contact and keep following through, and that generates the ball and the bat speed.
So you see that, and then you realize the different things that happen when contact is made.
Yeah.
Or Hunter Pence hit it 3 times last year in the postseason, and you think that's impossible. It happened.
Yeah.
But you see what happens even there. It looked like the ball kind of stays on the bat for a while.
And it stays on the bat, and if you don't complete and follow through, it kind of stops. But to drive the ball the way Derek Norris did, even though it's a hard ground ball, but it was hit hard because of the follow through.
So 2-1 the count. The A's making Naoki Kuroda work here in the 3rd inning. Sogard runs. Stewart's throw to 3rd is there in plenty of time, and Sogard is out. Well, that time it looked like Stewart, who's got a very good arm, he got a pretty good pitch to throw, and with a left-handed hitter, he's got an open shot to throw.
Well, that's the key, and the fact also, you can see at the top of the screen, nobody was holding Sogard, and he thought he had a chance to get a great jump, but the throw right there to Euclid, and the quickness, and without a batter to possibly interfere with the catcher, having to throw around him, he had the clear shot and was able to make a perfect throw.
So 3-1 is the count to Jason. And he takes low. So that's the 2nd walk in the inning by Kuroda. He's walked 2. He's given up a single. He's given up a double steal, and yet these have only scored once. So Seth Smith steps in. Smith grounded out in the 1st inning. And there's a strike on the outside corner as Kuroda. It's an off-speed pitch for a strike. Smith hitting in the second spot. He's really hit just about everywhere from 2 to probably 7 or 8 this year.
And the 4 walks in the second spot last night, so the perfect game for him. Somebody came up with a note the last time, can't remember who, the last time a player walked 4 times and singled. He's 1 for 1. It's been a while back, or a few years back since that happened. There's rarity for a hitter to walk 4 times in a game. Today, first pitch hitting was Seth Smith in his first at bat. Couldn't wait around.
That went in for a strike.
He's got a great movement on the 2-seam fastball, and you see it bring back. Maybe it came around the plate, as Tommy Cam will show you that. Came around the plate, hit the target, but how did it get there?
So Smith behind in the count 1-2. Check swing, and he did not go. So Kuroda breezed through the first 2 innings. But here in the third, he's got his pitch count up to 47. Drilled to right. Ichiro turns around and he's going to watch it bang off the wall. It bounces right to him. They're going to wave home Jaso. The throw to the plate is in time, and Stewart missed the tag. Jaso, they called him safe, and we're going to have an argument.
Wow.
So it's going to be an RBI double.
Well, let's watch, and it looked like, and actually, ball didn't head too much top spin, stayed in the park. Ichiro played it perfectly, but watch the play at the plate, the key, because this ball comes right back to Ichiro. Great relay by the throw from second Cano. The ball, he said he missed him. Let's see if he has the ball in his hand. He takes the ball out of his glove, tags him with the glove with the ball in his right hand. And Stewart has to think that the ball is in the glove, but he missed him because the ball was never in the glove when he made the tag. And that's what C.B. Buckner saw. Stewart thought, and actually he made the correct play. Keep the ball in the glove, make contact, then take the ball out, but he took the ball out too quickly. That's a great call by C.B. Buckner, because it looked like he tagged him before he reached the plate, but the ball was definitely not in his glove.
Pitch to Lowry is in the dirt.
But watch, does he tag him? But watch the ball come out of the glove right there. The ball is not in his glove. And I don't know if C.B. Buckner saw that, or the fact that maybe Jaso missed it, or at least got the hand in on the plate sliding around the tag. But clearly, there's momentum of Stewart took it to the point that he removed the ball out of his glove, and you can't just tag the runner with the glove without the baseball.
This one's popped up to shallow left. Wells comes in, and he's going to get their side retired. A couple of runs for the A's, 2 walks, and they both score. So we got a 2-2 game after 3. #1 sports website, Yahoo Sports Talk Live. Tonight at 8 p.m. It's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. We'll be joined by 49er safety Eric Reed, Melanie Collins, Yahoo Sports, and Rick Bucher, CSN NBA analyst. So Chris Stewart could not get the tag down, and the A's tie the game.
You know, really, the throw from Cano handcuffed.
Yeah.
Stewart. I mean, he had to catch the ball, bringing it back, and maybe all that time, you know, to catch the ball first of all, and then know the ball is in your hand in the glove, and then go after him, but all at the same time removing the ball out of the glove in your bare hand. CB was right on top of it.
Outside to Teixeira, 1-1 the count. Yeah, really, that's kind of the unsung part of the play. Cano probably should have made a better throw because he's got a very good arm, and he was not really very far out into right field, but he one-hopped it, and that's a tough play for the catcher.
Well, it's okay for the one-hop. We saw Josh Reddick throw at a White Sox runner with a great throw to the plate, Flowers on the tag. But when you're that close, you can throw it in the air.
Yeah.
And it's better to throw it in the air when you're that close.
I mean, I got to believe catching any ball on a bounce, especially if it's the ball's a little closer to you with a catcher's mitt and full gear on, that's very difficult. And you got a runner coming at you.
And the key word is close. When the ball is close to you. And that's why what Reddick did with Flowers tagging, threw the ball about 10 to 12 feet out in front of Derek Norris, where it was a perfect hop, perfect one hop to the catcher. And that's what Reddick does so well, and that's why he won the Gold Glove, because his throws are accurate and also bounce far enough out in front.
You watch where the ball bounces. See, that's a tough play.
Yeah, see, it handcuffed him there, so he's trying to catch the ball. And watch C.B. Buckner. He waits, and almost like he looks at Stewart as if to say the ball's in your hand. You didn't tag him with a glove, but also it's happened so quickly. I think he thought Stewart missed it.
Yeah.
That Jaso got around the toe.
And it looked like Stewart tagged him with the glove.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what he's saying right there.
So he did see it.
He did see
saw
it
properly.
Yep.
So that's a very good call. You're right, by C.B. Buckner.
And for him to point to the glove and basically tell Chris Stewart, you did not have the ball in your glove, and the replay clearly showed it. But see, here's the play, and you know, C.B. Buckner's looking, but watch how long he delays after the play at the plate. But he looks up, and then he points. Then he points to Stewart, and then points to the glove. And Stewart, once he sees the replay, he's going to see the ball was clearly out of his glove.
And it's a leadoff walk to Teixeira.
He went back to the changeup a couple of times. This time, though, Teixeira a little bit less aggressive.
Now batting, number 33, Travis Hafner.
So Hafner hits. Well, that could be frustrating, though. Your team gets 2 runs for you, and then you walk the leadoff guy. 2 walks, 1 strikeout for Parker. See if he can get a ground ball. Hafner, guy who hits the ball hard, does not run very well. Hafner with a fly ball to left field in the first inning. This one's looped on the infield, and it's going to be the shortstop Lowry who has it. So Hafner has had a quiet series as he gets jammed there.
And he might be salivating with this beautiful sunny day, thinking if I get one in the air, I might travel. But not the 2 that he's hit. One to left field, shallow, and this one got it on his hands and jammed it.
So here's Youkilis, who walked leading off the second inning. Yankees have had their leadoff man on in 3 of the first 4 innings. Yankees are 11th in the league in run score, 9th in home runs. A's, on the other hand, are 5th in the American League in run score. Euclid not in agreement with C.B. Bucknor.
But that had the plate, but the question was the height. And it's nice that Bucknor would give the low strike. That was too low. That's below the knees. And it's a disadvantage to a hitter with that pitch called a strike, because it's the only way you can make contact is hit the ball on the ground.
Swing and a miss on a good changeup, 1-2.
Well, it was, and there you could see the rotation and Euclid chopping down on the ball and completely missing it. So that's considered a long swing.
Yeah.
When you see the bat coming through that late.
Very close pitch, and Parker wanted that one
because the catcher brought it back. That was a very good sleight of hand by Derek Norris to catch the ball and quickly bring it. Watch the catcher's mitt. Close. Boom. Right back. Showed C.B. Bucknor, and
he may not have had to bring it back.
No,
that
I don't think so. Exactly. Close enough that you just hold it, or at least catch it without bringing it back, because catcher does that. Really kind of indicates to the umpire, if he waits that long, that the pitch was out of the strike zone.
Euclid hits a shot. Donaldson reaches down, grabs it. Out at second. Double play. Side retired. Bottom of the 4th coming up. Donaldson, Moss, and Reddick. We had a 2-2 game.
Just baseball, but I always came back to baseball. You know, my dad, very supportive, took me to a lot of camps, found an instructor that I could take private lessons with, about 20 minutes away from the house. And, you know, I was just very fortunate to have that kind of support, a lot of respect, and a lot to be grateful for what he did, the sacrifices he made, to give me opportunities to be where I am now.
This Father's Day weekend on June 15th and 16th, participating Wendy's will donate 50 cents from every Frosty product sold to the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption to help foster children find permanent, loving homes. Wendy's, now that's better.
2-2 game, bottom of the 4th inning, A's and Yankees. Indeed, Father's Day coming up. It's always fun to hear stories from players about the sacrifices their parents made when they were young. First pitch to Donaldson is a breaking ball outside.
But to see what the A's did last inning. Worked the count, got a couple of walks, and like you said, both scored. Last night, a leadoff walk in the 5th inning by Sogard, and that no-look stolen base, he scored.
Kuroda is going to give way to Teixeira, who came storming in. Kuroda right at the last minute. He got the heck out of there and let Teixeira take it.
And if Teixeira had dropped the ball, there's absolutely nobody at first base.
No.
You can hear the crack of the bat. Kuroda, always get out of the way and let one of your fielders catch the ball if he can get there. And you can see, at least look and see that Teixeira was yelling, "I got it, I got it." And I'd say with the moving target, I don't think you'd want to get in front of Teixeira as big as he is.
I was hoping Kuroda would catch it so we could say, when was the last time a pitcher caught a pop-up in 2 consecutive games?
That's right.
That's a broken bat. That's a jam shot right there.
That is a jam.
Josh may have a little sore hand for an inning or two. And this one's sky to left. Wells is going back. He's got it. You know, Ray, that Exmo shows us a lot. It shows us how the bat and the ball, when it comes together, what the ball does. But it also shows how much your hands take a beating when contact is made. I mean, just watch his hands. There's a vibration that runs right up. I mean,
see, it releases the top hand, but you're right. It's funny, and the vibration. And I was in a taxi cab in New York a few years back, and the cab driver was explaining to me why guys wear batting gloves, and that's the reason, because of the impact of the ball hitting the bat and the vibration into the hands. I think it's more of the stickum that you put on the batting glove to get a better grip. But I thought it was interesting that a cabbie would tell me. He said, "As a player, I played. I could tell. You know, I got jammed a lot."
Cano charges, flips in time to get ready. So Hiroki Kuroda, after a tough 3rd inning, has a 3-up, 3-down 4th inning, and we're still tied at 2, headed to the 5th.
Hey, fans.
To appear in 12 or more All-Star games. Tweet us at CSN Athletics if you think you just may know the answer.
12 All-Star games. That's pretty good. In fact, that's great.
And you got to remember, back in the 50s, there was 2 All-Star games, right?
Yeah, for about 3 years. Yeah, because there were guys, Musial, Mays, guys playing 24 All-Star games, but played 2 in one summer. That was to kind of raise money for the pension fund. How about the organ between innings? Wasn't that great?
It's
this is great.
The organ is awesome here at the Coliseum. Smith on the move. He's going to get there, and he's going to make the catch on the ball hit by Vernon Wells. Yeah, the organ here, we'd like to hear it more.
Yeah, every half inning would be great. What do they call it? Fingers? What's the artist playing? Fingers. What is it, Dylan? Fingers Radowitz.
And Fingers Radowitz.
Yeah, he's a good friend of Dick Callahan, the PA announcer, and see them come in together. I know it's going to be a good day when you hear the organ music between it.
There he is. Sounds great.
Fingers getting the buttered popcorn on his fingers. It's pretty good. That's why he plays so smoothly.
So Ichiro, the hitter, he hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the second inning.
All the years that Ichiro played with the Mariners, all we talked about was this guy's tough to double up. He has to have a ball hit right at an infielder, and it's what he did, right to Sogard.
One pitch is hit foul. Now, Ray, we're talking a lot about the Exmo today, having some fun with that. One thing it has also showed us is, we talk a lot about two-seam, four-seam fastballs, and the circle change grip, but very seldom do we talk about what all those different grips. How does the ball rotate differently, which each different pitch, and the Exmo has showed us that. You watch how the ball rotates on just a regular two-seam fastball. There's much more rotation. Yeah. Is that correct?
See the grip on the baseball, the two-seam, and it just kind of rotates. And you want the two-seam action because you want the sinking fastball. That's a high two-seamer.
So you could see the ball really spinning. Now watch when we show you the changeup and the ball. It doesn't. It still spins, but not nearly as much, and it almost has a tumbling effect.
Yeah, it tumbles almost like the splitter that Kuroda throws.
Yeah, and it's very noticeable when you can see it on Exmo. It's all about.
See the circle change. See the grip by Jared Parker, and
it's just not spinning nearly as much.
Yeah. And if the eyes of a hitter are very good, which a lot are, and that's the ball that Cano rolled over, hit the ball to second base. Sogard made a very nice play.
Norris flips that mask. Stewart is retired.
And C.B. Bucknor eventually called it a foul ball. But that is a great shot, and that's what Exmo will do. But, when you speed it up and you're standing at the plate, it's so much more difficult. But remember hearing about the great Ted Williams. His eyes were so great that he could actually watch the ball in the pitcher's hand, leave the hand, and he could tell what the grip was. I mean, that's an excellent hitter, that you can see it at the top of the delivery and know with the grip before he even releases the ball what the pitch is going to be. Those are some great eyes.
So the movement of the ball really has a lot to do with how the ball is spinning.
That's right.
And the seams
and with the circle change, you're not throwing it with your index and middle finger. You're throwing it with your middle ring and little finger, which you're not going to get as much on the ball, and that creates the tumble and the lack of velocity.
I guess they say it's kind of the weak side of your hand is what you throw it with.
Yeah.
But it's interesting with the Exmo, you really see how the ball comes out of the hand different with the different pitches.
That's a two-seam grip, or maybe a breaking pitch grip. And of course, he can change it once he puts the ball in his glove.
First pitch to Gardner is a bit outside. All right, Ray. Ichiro's at first, 2 outs, leadoff hitter, and a pretty decent hitter in the box.
Tie game.
Left-handed
hitter where the catcher really can't see the jump that the Ichiro might be able to get. Now he's out to the cutoff, which is a great lead.
He has to try to steal here.
Mickey Kelleher has the stopwatch. He can tell Ichiro how quickly Jared Parker is releasing the ball. They know the time that Derek Norris throws to second. Combine those two averages and how long it takes for Ichiro to get to second. That could determine whether he's going to steal or not. But the whole objective is to take the chance.
He's 5 for 7 this year in steal attempts, not running, and pitches outside 2-0.
The outfield playing very shallow, and granted the speed of Ichiro, he can be in scoring position if the ball hits the gap. But much easier to score from second base. The outfield playing extremely shallow. For leadoff hitters, hit 6 home runs.
Not running, and the pitch is popped up. Reddick comes in. He's got it. Side retired. So Ichiro never tried to steal, and Parker gets out of it. Appear in 12 or more All-Star games. Warren Spahn, Mariano Rivera, and Tom Seaver. 17 All-Star games for Spahn, and this was earlier today. The A's, very nice gesture as they have a parting gift for Mariano Rivera. They gave him a check for his foundation.
Mariano Rivera,
$10,000.
And a surfboard with the number 42 and the skipper Bob Melvin with the presentation, and those guys in the dugout saying, "You can't retire, Mo. You make another tour, you get more gifts."
Well, he keeps saying,
"Oh, he's going to retire.
There is no turning back."
Now, I was fortunate to have the opportunity to do an A's radio pregame show with him at length, and I asked him about that, and he said, "No, I've made a decision." And he was going to retire last year, but he got injured, and he just said, "I could not retire that way." And his kids and his wife said, "You have to play one more year." And he's committed to continue his off-field great duties. He's got a church that he wants to get more involved with back on the East Coast and from Panama. But a very religious person.
Euclid throw is out, Christian.
Amazing thing, I asked him how he developed the cut fastball. He said over time. It took Mel Stoudemire. He said the ball moved all over the place, but he could not get a grip for it. And he said, I prayed that it would never stop moving. And over 19 seasons, that cut fastball. I mean, you look at reports, fastball, so many percentages. If Rivera comes in this game, you're going to show 100%
Should
cut
be 100.
fastball.
You're right.
100%. That's what it is. But a gentleman, and what he did last night with Julie Vasconcelos, he does it every park that he visits this final season. He will go behind the scenes and coordinate with the club who's done a lot behind the scenes that doesn't get the recognition, as the case of Julie Vasconcelos in the mailroom. He's talked to kids. He's talked to season ticket holders, just a lot of different people around baseball as he makes a final trip. John Adams in Cleveland met with the great drummer, John Adams, who's been there forever.
Well, that alone is really all you need to know about Mariano Rivera.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. He's going to all these cities, and each organization is giving him things, but he's going out and giving something back to all these other organizations. I don't know that I've ever heard of that.
Never heard of it. And he started the season, and that was what he said. I want to give something back to the people that aren't recognized, the grounds crew, a lot of different people within baseball. You talk about the players and the managers and all that, but, you know, that jersey right there, when he retires, it will never be worn again because Jackie Robinson's number was retired. Only Mariano Rivera was grandfathered in, or any player wearing 42 could continue, but once they retired, that number would be taken off from a team, and the Yankees will retire it themselves. Of course, it's already retired, but the great Mariano Rivera, there's nobody better. And sadly, he retires. That's a great person who's no longer going to be in the game.
Yes, he is.
He's not going to be able to pass along the information, at least as a player. But a remarkable job that he has been doing as a player, and especially in every city, doing what he's been doing.
Should be another easy inning for Aoki Kuroda. He's retired 7 in a row since the RBI double by Seth Smith. On to the 6th. We're tied at 2. California is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Red, White, and You Jeep giveaway. Visit CacheCreek.com for details. That was the RBI double right there from Seth Smith that tied the game on a close play at the plate in the 3rd inning. So now we're in the 6th, still tied 2-2. Jason Nix to lead it off. He'll be followed by Cano and Teixeira. Jared Parker with 61 pitches through 5 innings. So Nick steps in. He's lined out and singled. This is the only day game going on in the American League. There are 4 night games. Boston at Baltimore, Kansas City at Tampa Bay, Toronto at Texas, and then an interleague game. Philadelphia at the Twins. Nix goes after the first pitch, and he's retired.
You know, Nix, just watching him run to first base, a little disappointed probably that he got under a fly ball. But when you play a day game at the Coliseum, we've said it often, you have to run hard because that could very well be dropped if an infielder on the left side or an outfielder in left field cannot find the ball in the sun, and it drops and you're barely making it to first base. You know, you figure that it's going to be caught, but with this tough sun and there is a clear sky, not a cloud in the sky, and no background at all for a ball to come out of anything other than the sun.
First pitch to Robinson Cano is down and in. 4 National League games. One is a final. The Cardinals beat the Mets 2-1. Great pitching matchup there. Wainwright beat the youngster Matt Harvey. So the Cardinals, Wainwright gets his 10th win. The Cardinals are now 43-23. Best record in baseball. They are just playing terrific.
That's without Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
Last 2 years.
They'll never say it, and they shouldn't say it, but I think deep down they're probably okay with not having Albert there. Nothing against Albert, but it would have cost them $200 million to.
Well, and in all reality, they because they didn't spend that money, they were able to sign other players, and that commitment to one player really eliminates the possibility of doing that. But Albert is a great player, and he's now with the Angels. But the Cardinals have moved on as they did last year and again this season. Now all of a sudden the changeup by Jared Parker is working very effectively. Notice how he's getting the ball down. Swing and a miss by Cano. This one, another changeup outside corner, just missed. Just floated away.
Two pitch to Cano. It's hit hard, and it's past Moss down the right field line. Reddick hustles over, and Cano's digging for second, and he's going to have a one-out double. Double number 13 for Cano, and that was a shot. In fact, Moss put his glove down, and it was past him.
Well, you're looking at back-to-back changeups. Swing and a miss, just missed, and then another one right down the middle. And the fact that it was up high instead of down to the point that maybe you get a swing and a miss or a ground ball right to Moss. And yeah, that was he did not have much time except to do that. Put the glove down, and it hooked right by him. Had a great play on last night. Had a great play as he played last night. Did not start on Tuesday.
Teixeira steps in, and he takes a pitch. Wow. Outside, I guess. There's your difference. Runners in scoring position. That pretty much says it all right there.
Teixeira again swinging at a changeup out of the strike zone, but as we saw in his last at bat, did the same thing. Ended up taking a changeup for ball 4. Think about Mark Teixeira throughout his career. The Rangers, the Braves, the Angels, and now the Yankees. He's there to drive in runs. He's aggressive. And you have to appreciate a hitter expand his strike zone to try to drive in a run.
So 2-1 now. Parker not missing by a lot. Well, the fastball, and Teixeira took a rip at it. Right at 80 pitches now for Parker. Cano at second with the one-out double. Sogard playing 5 or 6 steps into right field. Outside with a changeup.
You almost have to pitch this guy backwards and talk about it. And as far as backwards, usually throw off-speed pitches when you're behind the count. But Mark Teixeira will become more of a disciplined hitter. Even now 3-2, probably not as aggressive as he is early in the count.
Swing and a foul tip.
Change up. You see the circle change with the location, and that enabled Teixeira, although out in front, at least to make contact to get another opportunity.
Swing and a miss. He stayed with the changeup, and he gets the strikeout.
2 strikeouts, both with Teixeira, both on the changeup, and that one, although a little bit up, it kept floating away from the power hitter. And Mark Teixeira Swung again. Look at the grip, the circle changeup. You can see the grip, the index and the thumb forming a circle, and the ball floating in. The key there, look how it just keeps floating away. Sure reached out, but over the top, and just that close, that fraction of an inch, in which he just missed making contact.
So he uses it 12% more when he's got 2 strikes on the hitter. No surprise there.
And that's like Kuroda throwing a splitter. That's his out pitch for Parker, the changeup.
Hafner takes a little bit outside. Hafner is 0 for 2. And he gets a shot into the glove of Moss. Side retired.
I don't think he saw it.
So Hafner lines out, and Cano is stranded at second base. McDonald's, May 17th, 1996. Mariano Rivera gets his first major league save against the California Angels. Garrett Anderson hits into the double play. So that was number 1, a young Mariano Rivera. Doesn't look a whole lot different, though.
He is dedicated to his running because of the knee surgery from last season, and every day he comes to the park, he's out doing his running, and then he'll do his interviews and everything after that.
So here's something to kick around, Ray. Think about the Yankees and you think about their fans. The popularity of players in their history. Yeah, Babe Ruth. Where does Rivera sit? I think you could make a point that Jeter, when it's all said and done, he may be the most popular Yankee of all time.
Yeah.
It's possible.
And there's a reason for that, and it's not to say anything negative about Jeter or any of the current players, but you look at how long ago Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth and those players played for the Yankees, and more of a current generation remember the current players. And there's nobody more popular than what Derek Jeter has done. And Mariano Rivera said the same thing about Jeter and Andy Pettitte. That remember the core 4.
Long run for Wells, and Vernon Wells, a nice running catch. Jay Show is retired. But it is, in fact, it would be interesting to talk to people in New York about where do these guys stand as far as all-time most popular Yankee players. DiMaggio.
And of course, Manuel Rivera on that list of 18 and 18 seasons, and Jeter at 18, he'll pass that, and Rivera in his 19th.
What it would be, Ray, is you're never going to settle in on probably one guy. It would be a great conversation, though.
Right.
But yeah, well, I guess we probably think of Jeter, but Yogi Berra.
Yeah. Well, he is right now the greatest living Yankee because he's the oldest and still living. And of course, DiMaggio and Mantle, unfortunately, Whitey Ford, the chairman, is still alive. And so there are a lot of great ones. And when they had the old timers game in New York, one time, can you imagine the players of the past who unfortunately are deceased, but to show up as Mantle would and Maris and I mean on and on and on. 61 Yankees, 27 Yankees. That's a sellout crowd waiting to see all the greats. And the great Joe DiMaggio was always the last introduced.
So
why
again,
not?
We're talking about most popular, maybe not the best player. And again, that's
exactly.
who knows there too. You could argue about that. I bet Jeter and Rivera though would be in the top 4 or 5.
Well, and I would have to think Mike Gallego plays
in the
Yankees.
top 10, no question.
Yeah. He was personal friends with the boss, the late George Steinbrenner. Catfish Hunter left the A's, the actual first free agent after the '75 season, signed with the Yankees, and was a Hall of Famer. Number retired here, and rightfully so.
Well, they will be retiring the number 2 uniform, which is the number Mike Gallego wore, of course, with the Yankees.
Yeah, before Jeter came along, and he gave it to him. Reggie and Ricky.
Well, those guys wore the pinstripes. I think your number is just a little bit bigger than mine.
The amazing thing with those two standing, who talks the most? I mean, who's going to be able to be quiet long enough for the other to talk?
To stand right behind him and listen. That would be fun. Smith strikes out for out number 2.
Now batting shortstop.
The one thing, and then you mentioned Rivera and Jeter were the current players. I don't think in all the list. And Kurt, I mean the Yankees have always been great, 27 World Championships, but I don't think there will ever be a Yankee that you can say has given more back to the community than Mariano Rivera.
Probably true.
I mean, and what he is doing just in his farewell season, that's unheard of for a player to do what he's been doing behind the scenes.
And there's probably a lot of stuff that we don't even know about.
Exactly. Well, as I mentioned last night, he said, I need to get up to the mailroom by 4:30. And I'm going, mailroom? What's going on in the mailroom at the Coliseum? Well, we found out later why he had planned that. Can you imagine a group of about 15 to 20 aspiring baseball players in Seattle when the Yankees were just in Seattle? And Mariano Rivera sat and talked to them for 45 minutes about baseball. What player is going to sit for 45 minutes before a game and talk to a group of kids who would love to play the game of baseball?
Yeah, there's probably some retired players who have had things done for them in their final season that should have followed his lead.
Oh, yeah.
I think we know some of the players we're thinking about.
And there might be players in the future who retire that will follow
there you go. Yeah,
the lead of what Rivera has done this season. And Julie Vasconcelos. I mean, you can imagine Julie, is she bowing to Mariano Rivera? And he simply says to come in to thank the people behind the scenes, sign autographs, takes pictures, and in this case, deliver a pizza to Julie. And that pizza probably would never be eaten. She's not going to frame it. Frame it.
I don't know if you can sign a pizza, but if you can, maybe he did it for him.
They did it for you on your birthday in Texas, didn't
it? It tasted good. Yeah, that was very cool what he just did.
Oh, yeah. And, again, he's doing it in every park. And talking to one of the traveling PR people, and he said, I get to watch every one of these that Mariano Rivera does.
Yep.
I mean, just take pictures, write a book on just what Rivera does.
Close pitch.
Yeah. Stewart thought he had it, so did Kuroda, and maybe they did.
3-2 to Lowry, and he bounces it. Big hop to Cano. Side retired. So 10 in a row retired by Hiroki Kuroda. And we're moving to the 7th inning. Tied at 2. at save number 602. He strikes out Chris Parmelee of the Minnesota Twins, so he passed Trevor Hoffman as the all-time saves leader. There's your list. So Rivera, the only active player on that list. So I don't know, Ray. Somebody's going to have to come along at a very young age.
Well, exactly. That's the key.
Good right away.
I mean, to be able to play 85 seasons and to do it, or 19 seasons, and to throw it with one pitch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's amazing. One cut fastball, and to talk to some of the A's players who have faced him and said, it's amazing, just cannot hit it. It comes in, you know what the pitch is going to be, you just can't hit it.
Youkilis to lead it off, followed by Wells and Ichiro. Parker has given up 5 hits. He's walked 2, struck out 2 so far. Youkilis has walked and hit into a double play. And he rolls that one foul down the third baseline. Two teams with 2 of the better records in the American League. Red Sox have the best record. A's have the second best record in the American League. Rangers 3rd, Yankees 4th, Tigers 5th. Best records in the AL. Two and 1 to Youkilis. Popped up. Young fighting that sun, still fighting it, and he makes the catch. So that is out number 1. So the Red Sox at 41 and 26. Red Sox will be in Baltimore tonight. So he's and the Rangers battling in the West. The Yankees just 3 back of Boston, and the Tigers leading the AL Central by 4.5 over Cleveland. The middle of June, and you look around at the different divisions, and you got pretty good stuff going on in every division, which is, I like it. I think it's great.
Well, the parity is exactly what Commissioner Bud Selig wants to see around baseball.
He's got it.
He's definitely got it. Exactly.
I mean, the AL East has 4 teams within 5 games of each other. Detroit, Cleveland, Kansas City. Minnesota's only 6 out.
Yeah.
I mean, nice hop for Lowry. Flips it across, and Wells is retired. And then in the West, of course, the A's in Texas. The East has the National League, Atlanta, Washington, a couple of good teams. The Central has 3 very good teams: the Cardinals, the Reds, the Pirates. And the National League West, nobody really wants to grab that one either. Yeah. Giants not playing good baseball at all. And it's only the middle of June.
And that's what teams look at. The fact that it is just June, as long as you don't get too far down in the standings. I'm sure for the Angels going home for this long homestand, it's a figure going home after a tough road trip. They're looking to try to get a little bit healthier.
Yep. And the Angels 11.5 behind the A's and 10 games under 500. So for them, they need the winning streak, I would think, or at least one of those stretches that the A's are on where you win 18 out of 21 or 22. That's not easy to do, though.
Well, that's a great point, because that's a 22-game stretch for the A's to only lose 4.
That's amazing.
That was amazing.
It's almost like when you're in the middle of it, like we are, you just kind of go, yeah, they won again. Long run for Young, and he makes the catch at left center field. Taking extra bases away from Ichiro Suzuki. Terrific running catch by Chris Young in center field. We think it's worth another look. 7th inning stretch coming up. Camp Railroads. Everyone rides for the Kids Fair at Roaring Camp's 50th birthday. Weekdays after 2 p.m. 7th inning stretch here at the O.K Coliseum on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. Nice crowd. And another tight ball game. 2-2 A's Yanks, bottom of the 7th. Yankees will head to Anaheim after the game. The A's will get set to host the Seattle Mariners.
And a pyro spectacular show tomorrow night following the game. We've been talking about the great fireworks show. And the Banjo Man's here as he was last night. All good.
So Donaldson to lead it off. Hiroki Kuroda has retired 10 in a row. The last hit for the A's was Smith's RBI double in the 3rd inning. And a breaking ball, first strike. Donaldson a strikeout and a pop out to first.
Josh Donaldson has always been very aggressive, but I think right now they're pitching him a little bit differently. Teams are throwing a lot of off-speed pitches, trying to get him to chase bad pitches, and his aggressiveness at times has hurt him, but can't take that away from him.
Big bouncer. Nix charges at short, and that's out number 1. So Donaldson is 0 for 3. He trots slowly back to the dugout. Action in the A's bullpen as the right-hander Ryan Cook is up.
Now batting first baseman, number 37.
So here's Moss, who's hit a fly ball to center field and a fly ball to left field. Good swing there by Moss. But he's behind in the count 0-2.
An off-speed pitch is ideal for Brandon Moss, and we've seen him hit fastball last night, plus the off-speed pitch from Phil Hughes.
And he swings and misses.
I'd see him get a base hit. He does not have many base hits recently, just the long ball, which is great. Take that as well with a 2-2 game.
Setting up inside. And Kuroda plants it right on the inside corner at the knees for out number 2. Well, authentic fans know where to find the best deal in Bay Area baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, California's Authentic Fan Fridays, right here at the Coliseum. Tomorrow, get a ticket in our value deck behind home plate, an authentic A's superhero cape, a cheer card, and a $6 food and drink voucher, all for one great price. The best deal in Bay Area baseball is Comcast Sportsnet Authentic Fan Friday. Log on to csncalifornia.com for details. So that will be tomorrow night. Friday night baseball from the Coliseum. The A's will see Saunders, the left-hander, and then of course you're going to get really what's become the big 2 in Seattle. Hernandez and Iwakuma. Iwakuma is really pitching every bit as good as Hernandez right now.
Well, and also starting Saturday, it's the 16 consecutive scheduled right-handers to face the A's following the Joe Saunders start on Friday.
Reddick has hit a fly ball to center field and grounded out to second. 0 for 2. He's 1 for 8 in the series. Swing and a miss. So that looks like the splitter, and it's a good one.
And he did not wait to get to 2 strikes to throw it. Josh Reddick with the uppercut swing as the ball took a nosedive down near the ground.
Two and two. That one was outside. So now a full count to Reddick. Young waiting in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to hit. Popped up. Shallow left. Nicks out. Wells in. It's going to be the left fielder, Vernon Wells. Side retired. 13 in a row retired by Hiroki Kuroda. 2-2 game as we head to the 8th.
Will be held in the East Side Club. It's from 2:15 to 4:15 p.m. You can enjoy tastings from over 30 different microbreweries and live music, Bay Area cover band Pop Rocks. Admission is free with a game ticket. Commemorative beer mug and 2 tastings will be available for $10. Get additional tastings, and they'll be available for purchase. Must be 21 or older to purchase the tastings. What a game.
And both starting pitchers still out there. Parker throwing pitch number 96 to Chris Stewart, and it's low. Stewart, Gardner, and Nix here in the top of the 8th for the Yankees.
Clone 6 innings, straight a 6 2/3 last night, and Parker pitching into the 8th with bullpen ready, or at least getting ready quickly.
Levens is now up. Cook was throwing.
Well, it might be Gardner that Levens is getting ready for. We'll see if that's just a one batter in the 8th inning for Parker.
Parker gave up the home run in the first inning, nothing since.
Pitched into the 8th his last start. Parker did. First batter got on, came out of the game. In Chicago.
He should be back tomorrow wearing that same outfit. Lowry charges, gets a nice big hop, and that's out number 1. Well, Parker has retired 9 of the last 10.
And now Blevins is getting ready for Cano. The A's will get a righty up. So this is an important time for relievers, and Cook has already been up, so he's pretty much ready. He'll just casually throw. Blevins is going to wait because the lefty that he might have faced in this batter, Gardner, he will not face at this point. Like what managers do too, Kep, where they will A pitcher stay in, especially in a tie game. He's pitching effectively. His Parker pitch count is okay. And also gives him a chance to get back in the dugout.
Get a win, maybe.
Get a win.
Yep.
Exactly. Score a run, get a win. Pitchers do it like this. You want to and appreciate trying to get Parker back to the 500 mark, where he's at 5-6 starting today's play.
The 1-1 the count to Gardner. So the last 4 starts, and that obviously includes today. So he's been terrific.
And you look at, he started 2-6 before those 3 wins. So that's like a team getting back to the 500 mark. Parker also is trying to get back there.
Strike called, 1-2. Yeah, 2-6 and 0-4.
Exactly. Look at the ball. Exmo just flowed in. Good changeup. Stayed up a little bit, but the tumbling, and with 1 strike, and Gardner was not expecting, didn't swing at it.
Slaps this one foul. This is just the second time that Parker has gone over 100 pitches this year. 2 starts ago against the White Sox here at the Coliseum, he threw 105. That's the season high. So he's otherwise generally been in the high 80s into the 90s. Gardner actually fouled that one.
That's amazing that there's your ball in the dirt and a hitter able to hit the bat on it, because he had swung, and he's fortunate that he did make contact as the pitch was down. There's the Exmo, and there's the swing coming through and just hitting on top of the ball. So he's bringing it back because of the check swing.
1-2 pitch is lined towards center. Young was playing shallow, and now into left center. He's got it. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th.
Cap, how many times we talk about an outfielder who can play shallow, take away more hits than balls over his head. And Chris Young last inning taking the ball away from Suzuki in left center and robbing Gardner. That ball probably in a positioning in center field normal for a center fielder. It's a base hit, but he's playing shallow, got a great jump. Chris Young, a natural center fielder, and because of Coco, he's been moving to the corners, but Coco is injured. Couldn't have a better guy put in center field. The depth that you were talking about.
First pitch to Nix is a strike on the outside corner. Seven in a row retired by Parker. Young over. He's under it. Side retired. So Jared Parker finishing strong, and we are headed to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 2, and Parker's going to get a standing ovation. Very well deserved. local Toyota dealers. This was in the very first inning. Robinson Cano, his 16th home run of the year. And the Yankees, 3 batters into the game, had a 2-0 lead. But the A's would tie the game with 2 of their own in the third. Check out how the A's tied it. Very close play at home plate. And Chris Stewart tagged Jaso with the glove, but he had the ball in his hand. And C.B. Buckner called him safe. And that was the tying run. So I think that wasn't a big play. And then both pitchers have been very sharp. Hiroki Kuroda, who's still out there. Jared Parker, who has gone 8 innings in this game, and season high in pitches in a game for Parker. So pitchers duel. Some runs early, but nothing late as Chris Young steps in. So Hiroki Kuroda pitching into the 8th inning. Very high. Wells coming in. Looks like he's got a beat on it. He does. And that's out number 1. 2-5-0 for the Yankees, and for the Athletics 2-2-0. Boy, the play at the plate is looming large.
It is very big. And the 2 walks in the inning, the 3rd inning.
That's right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the only 2 guys Kuroda has walked.
That's right.
And they both scored.
Yeah.
Norris had an RBI ground out in that inning. David Robertson, who we have not seen in this series, he's up. First pitch to Sogard inside.
You know, the A's just have 2 hits, and both came in the same 2-walk inning.
Sogard had the single, and then Smith had that RBI double. 2-0 with Norris in the on-deck circle.
You know, Kuroda came into the game with a 2.84 earned run average. The A's are looking at 0.84. If you round it up to 3, then there's the run that the A's are looking for. Grant Balfour throwing in the bullpen, really not heating up, but starting to a little bit. You'd think that he would come on in the 9th regardless. He pitched the first 2 games of the series. Did have an off day on Monday. And because of the 2 losses in Chicago, Grant Balfour on Saturday and Sunday did not pitch.
One to Sogard, and he rolls it toward first. Teixeira has it, and that's out number 2.
I think that Kuroda is doing very effectively and is changing speeds, especially this late in the game. He's not really giving in to the A's hitters.
Even that pitch, Ray, was in a good downward action. It was probably a ball, but look at that ball sink.
Yeah, definitely a ball, and hug the ground. Not much that Sogard could do other than just hit the ball on the ground.
So Norris steps in with 2 outs. Yeah, like a tight little slider or cut fastball. Good pitch. Norris with that RBI ground out, and then he has fouled out, so he's 0 for 2. Popped it up. Cano looking for it, and Cano makes the catch. So that is 16 in a row retired by Hiroki Kuroda as we're headed to the 9th.
California is brought to you by Xfinity, home of the most live sports, and by Toyota. Do the math and save at your local Toyota dealer.
Time now for our AT&T U-verse rewind, and it's Jared Parker who gave up that 2-run homer in the very first inning and then really settled out. He goes 8 innings, gives up just 5 hits and 2 runs. He threw a season-high 108 pitches. Parker, who has been on a terrific roll like all the A's starting pitchers, that continued this afternoon. Unfortunately, he's going to go home with a no decision, but he pitched extremely well.
Well, the old saying goes, it's all about team wins, and if the A's can win this one after Jared Parker holding the Yankees to 5 hits. Remember last night only 4 hits combined for the Yankees against the A's starter and a couple of relievers. So a great performance, a couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts, but considering giving up 2 runs in the first inning, and that's been kind of the pattern for Parker. Struggle the first, settle down, and he did it brilliantly today with just 3 hits in the last 7 innings that he pitched.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog expert. So the closer, Grant Balfour, comes in. Balfour's 3rd consecutive appearance. And he got the save on Tuesday night, throwing 8 pitches. He got the save last night, throwing 18 pitches. Now, he did not pitch on Saturday or Sunday in Chicago, and then of course Monday was an off day, so he did have 3 days off before this series, in which now he's pitched in every game. Cano, Teixeira, and Hafner, so 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Yankees in a 2-2 game 9th inning.
And it's a challenge for Grant Balfour, and he will take his normal time as Cano waggles the bat, waiting for Balfour to go through various parts to get set to pitch.
First pitch to Cano is a strike on the outside corner.
Well, September 21st, remember the great trip for the Athletics, and this was the last time Jared Parker, 8 innings, gave up just 1 run in that game, and the A's able to win it. But I mean, just a brilliant performance then, as the case this afternoon. Remember, then they had the healthy players: Jeter, Granderson, Teixeira, A-Rod. I mean, they were all healthy then. They did a great job against the Yankees.
1-1 to Cano, who has homered and doubled and also grounded out in this game. 4 for 12 in his career against Balfour. Outfield is very deep. Reddick is about 3 steps from the warning track. Breaking ball, and it's foul back. So Balfour ahead of Cano. It's pretty safe to say Cano easily the most dangerous hitter in this Yankees lineup right now. Foul that one back. Good swing. Just below us to our left.
I think the dangerous part about Robinson Cano is the home run that he hit in the first inning, but his ability to use the whole field. And that's why the outfield played him straight up and very deep, like you said. And this pitch away from him. There's your 4-seam fastball. Got out of the plate. But Cano kind of protecting with a couple of strikes. And the beauty of that, just to see where the ball meets the bat. Talking about the sweet part when you hit it squarely. That one just at the top part of the bat.
Cano just got a piece of that, too. See another pitch.
He can protect, and that's big when you make a pitch like that and you're hoping for an out.
Now Cano's going to step out. Hit to left field, shallow. Smith coming in near the line, and he's got it for out number 1. So, Canoa's retired. That's a big out here in the top of the ninth.
Now batting, number 25, Mark Teixeira.
And Teixeira steps in. Teixeira's already got his feet in the box, and he's ready to go. He's probably going to have to wait a little while for Grant Balfour. First pitch is low. Teixeira does what hitters should do. He stays right in the box. He doesn't do any walking around.
What did you say about dangerous hitters at Cano? How about Teixeira in this situation?
Yeah, right.
And he's got one thing on his mind. He put the shift on, and Balfour could take his time, but he has one thing, and the deeper the count goes in his favor, he'll be trying to do it. We've seen him hit 3-0.
Teixeira never leaves the box.
He stays loose by waggling his bat.
He's fine. And a late strike, and Teixeira can't believe it. He is going to leave the box now.
Yeah.
C.B. Butner thought about it and then called it a strike.
Well, the curveball, and you'd like to think that when it crossed the plate it was a strike, but where it was caught by Norris, that's the difference. And remember, the catcher's behind the plate. And C.B. Butner evidently liked it at the knees crossing the plate for him to call it a strike.
And that one, jam shot. Teixeira breaks his bat. Balfour, it's a good fastball right in under the hands. Robertson and Rivera both throwing. Reached for that breaking ball, fouled it back.
Teixeira today with a couple of strikeouts on a walk, and I don't care whether he's been on the DL and it's coming back, hasn't had a lot of at bats, but it was a wrist injury that occurred during the WBC. Hosmer, matter of fact, got a call in Arizona, said, hey, you want to join the team? Teixeira can't play. He said, absolutely.
Big shift is on, and the 1-2 pitch is fouled at the plate. And Derek Norris got it from somebody.
The right knee, right leg, right foot.
So they're going to check on Derek Norris, assistant athletic trainer. He's our man, Walt Horn.
Yeah. John Jaso with a bat in his hand, not thinking about catching, maybe hitting. John Jaso is the DH today.
Norris trying to walk it off.
Well, remember, he got hit in the kneecap, but if this one's on the foot, that's even worse. Check the right foot. He has extension. Oh, the shin guard popped up, hit it right at the end of the shin guard and his big toe. So all those people at home thinking the son wants to catch, let him catch. Still a great position, even though you get the bumps and the bruises. Josh Donaldson happy at third. He is the backup, though, the emergency if necessary. At one time with Barton, Muntz, 5 catchers
plenty
that could
of catchers.
possibly get behind the plate. But Derek Norris is staying, not surprised.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Teixeira strikes out, and that's 2 outs here in the top of the ninth.
Upstairs, off speed, got him again. And Mark Teixeira stayed in the plate, and probably after the one pitch that was called a strike, and there's your rotation, Cap. Although one that really didn't break down, had the spin and enough off speed that it fooled Teixeira.
So Teixeira struck out 3 times. And here's Hafner with 2 outs. Hafner is 0 for 10 in the series. First pitch strike. Hafner has popped out twice and lined out, and he hits this one on 1 hop. Sogard has it out in shallow right field, and that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Grant Balfour. Bottom of the ninth coming up. Maybe it's walk-off time.
Well, there it is at the bottom of the ninth inning, 2-2. Starters out of the game. The Yankees have a relief pitcher. And we will tell you that you can spend this Father's Day with the A's and bring Grant Balfour home with you. That would be great. 10,000 fans will receive a Grant Balfour Raging Dome, courtesy of Majestic. The A's host the Mariners this Sunday, Father's Day, June 16th. For more information and tickets, call 877-493-BALL or visit OaklandAthletics.com/tickets.
So bottom of the ninth inning, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. And it's David Robertson, 28-year-old right-hander. Had some good years out of the bullpen for the Yankees, and he's doing it again this year. He's a strikeout guy.
Absolutely. You're looking at a mid-90s fastball, cutter, slide on a changeup, or curveball on a changeup, but he throws hard. The good hook.
So Hiroki Kuroda, very good today. Just 2 hits, 2 runs, and he retired the last 16 in a row. He's going to get a no decision, just like Parker. Fastball up and in to Jaso. So the A's have the top of the order up against David Robertson. Jaso takes the fastball right there, first strike. Well, the Yankees like the back of their bullpen with Robertson and then Rivera. Little looper. Nick's going out, and it's going to drop for a hit. J-So drops a single in, and the A's have the winning run at first with nobody out.
Well, the old saying goes, it may not be pretty and may not be crisp, but it got the job done. High fastball. J-So just served it out to left center. Some good at-bats by J-So today, including a walk in the third inning. And remember, he also scored on the ball hit by Seth Smith, but this ball just over Nick's. No chance for him to get to it.
So here's Seth Smith. Shows bunt, and he takes a ball.
What's wrong with that?
You got to kind of hang in there with C.B. Buckner strike zone. It's been known to be a little inconsistent. Smith, a ground out, RBI double, and a strikeout. 1 for 3. J-So, first hit since the third inning for the Athletics, and it leads off the bottom of the ninth in a tie game.
That was the double by Smith that scored J-So, and amazing for Kuroda to pitch as well as he did, and still did not give up the .84 runs. He left with 2, so his ERA at 2.84. I think Seth Smith was bunting on his own. He took the first pitch. It was called a ball, but did not offer at least a sacrifice in the 1-0.
Lowry waiting in the on-deck circle. So decent lead at first, and it looks like Smith bunted at it and then pulled the bat back late, but it's called a no swing.
He's there, and then at the last second, yeah, that's a swing. That is just, yeah, that's a little deception there by Seth Smith, because he did go after it, but then brought it. It's like the appeal to third base on a check swing.
Swinging away, and he swings through it 2-2, 93 miles an hour from Robertson.
A fastball away, 2-1, and so now will not be a sacrifice, especially with a couple of strikes.
Strike 3 called, and Seth Smith looks like he knew it. So Smith strikes out for the second consecutive time, and that's 1 out here in the ninth.
A lot of Yankee fans here today that are cheering the strike 3 call.
Now batting shortstop, number 8.
You're right. Fastball right down the middle. And nothing wrong with that. Split the heart.
So Lowry steps in. Lowry has grounded out twice and hit a fly ball to left. Lowry 2 for 11 in the series. A couple of singles. He's off that high fastball. David Robertson 2 years ago, 2011, he was an all-star, right? And he pitched 66 innings out of the bullpen. He had 100 strikeouts. That alone is all-star work.
Absolutely, yeah. Managers think about relievers as setup relievers because starters will begin the game, pitch whatever innings, but usually they turn it over to the bullpen. And since now the game means so much, home field advantage in the World Series, you want to try to win the game, which they do anyway, but not so much now playing everybody to keep them happy.
One pitch is high, and it's 2-1. Yeah, if you make an all-star team as a setup man, well, you probably have a really good closer behind you.
That's right.
And you're probably putting up out-of-this-world numbers. Good swing by Lowry. Donaldson grabs it in the on-deck circle, so 2-2 the count.
Donaldson might be licking his chops because of the fastballs that Roberts is throwing.
Yeah.
So far, as you look at Exmo hitters, Seth Smith and now Jed Lowry not able to catch up to the mid-90s fastball from this right-handed. Again, the ball hit the top of the bat. That's the reason you got foul balls instead of balls in play.
Yeah.
And Exmo really shows it clearly when the ball meets the bat and why you have the foul balls versus ball put in play.
And you could see on that one too where Lowry's the angle of the bat, and he was just a little bit late, not a lot, but just a little bit. He hadn't quite got the bat head through just yet.
But you know, with a 2-1, you're looking fastball. That's when you load a little bit earlier so that you can try to get out in front of a fastball. You guess, look for it.
Another little flare, and that's going to be a base hit. Jason's going to try for third, and he's going to make it with a head-first slide. Couple of bloop singles, and the A's have a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, the interesting thing about the play by Vernon Wells, normally in the early part of the game you want to keep the double play in order, and that's what the Yankees might play for. But here, with the aggressiveness of Jaso, so he did put the runner at second base. The key runner is at third. He started to throw, ended up throwing to second base. Now, you know, see what the Yankees are going to do with Josh Donaldson. But aggressive base running by Jaso. But if nothing else, I think if I'm Wells, take a chance to try to get the runner at third. And if the runner goes to second, he's going to intentionally walk the hitter anyway. Now everybody's going to have to play in.
Donaldson and then Moss.
Well, that's aggressive base running, definitely. And John Jaso with the ball in front of him. Once he saw it was over Nix's head, he decided to take off. And instead of being at first and second where the Yankees could play for two, now they have to be concerned about the runner at third.
First pitch to Donaldson, and he swings and misses.
That's a big swing. That's a long swing. That's kind of his normal swing, but a good fastball. If you don't load early and look fastball, it's tough to catch up.
Jaso, the winning run at third. Infield in for the Yankees. Outfield in. And Stewart blocked it somehow.
That's a big league block. Big league block, especially as hard as Robertson throws. That's a breaking pitch, and he went down. Technique. If he brings the glove up just another fraction, the ball's going to hit off the shin guard and allow the running run to score.
Donaldson is 0 for 3.
Stay with the heater. Outside, taking the right field.
And he lines it foul right over the Yankees bullpen. Well, Robinson Cano, the second baseman, is playing about 3 or 4 steps from second base, which usually when the infield is in, you do not see your second baseman play there.
And you know, the Yankees
may be thinking double play if it's hit to him.
Right, exactly. But the Yankees also, you have to remember, Josh Donaldson has about 27 hits to right field. You pitch him away, he's going to try to do that.
That one is low and away. 2-2 the count.
When I saw Stewart give the fastball on the 1-1, and Josh Donaldson, he would take the fastball away and go to right field. He had a grand slam to right field, a walk-off home run down the corner.
Two pitch. Got him swinging. Up over the head of Donaldson, and he chased it. A tough afternoon for Donaldson. He's 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts.
Well, and you go upstairs like that, and this hitter, if a pitcher can do it, hitters see it. Chili Davis always preaches zone down. If your pitch is not down where you can handle it, don't swing at it. And Josh Donaldson started always aggressive and could not at least foul off the pitch to stay alive.
And to Ray, the pitcher in that spot, if he doesn't throw a strike, if he walks him,
exactly,
then he's still okay.
Exactly. Now everybody can play back. And Lowry's going to waltz into second base. His run doesn't mean anything. Takes the force away if they're even thinking about it.
First pitch to Moss is a late call strike. Moss has a quick word with Bucknor as indeed Lowry takes second base. Moss is 0 for 3. Couple of fly balls and a strikeout. Chance to win it in the ninth. Swing and a miss, and that pitch was nasty. That just dove away from Moss.
This was Epley here, a walk-off. That was one of the 14 regular season walk-offs for the Athletics. Cespedes scoring. Moss with the walk-off. He calls that scissor jump. It's dangerous with the cleats coming at you.
0-2 pitch. Breaking ball, and it was a good one, and Moss strikes out on 3 pitches. So David Robertson ends up striking out 3 of the A strand 2. We got extra innings from the Coliseum.
And may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
2-2 game, 10th inning, and Ray, I think David Robertson saved the best pitch of the inning for the last one.
Hard curve, 12-6 curveball thrown hard, and Brandon Moss, I don't know if anybody would have had a chance to make contact, but right over the top, kind of the knuckle curve. Look at the rotation on Exmo. That is straight 12-6 spin, top to bottom, and Brandon Moss missed it by a good 4 inches. So good heater upstairs to Josh Donaldson to strike him out, and then 3 pitches from Robertson. Even the other guys in the dugout said, no chance. hitter, you're thinking down, down.
Not an easy play. Sogard out, and Sogard makes the catch. And after making the catch, he goes into a little slide.
And he looks up to Chris Young and says, "Where were you? Why weren't you calling me off? I've been happy to get out of the way for you." But, you know, watching this ball go up, it looked dangerous for the A's because you had infielders going after it, Chris Young coming in, and then Sogard right there at the feet of Chris Young. I got it, you better, because it's all yours. And an excellent play. It's amazing how quickly Sogard, when he hits the ground, pops up.
Let's go. He's ready to go.
Cano's ball earlier that he popped up and threw him out at first.
Vernon Wells is 0 for 3. The A's are 5-2 in extra inning games this year. The Yankees are 3-2. Lefty Boone Logan up throwing. Remember, Cook pitched on Tuesday night. He pitched 1 inning, gave up a couple of hits and a couple of runs. Wells fouls it back. Get a 2-0 fastball.
Stay with the fastball so far to Euclid. Did throw in 1 breaking pitch, but pretty much fastballs to Wells.
Missed badly. So 3-1.
It's a big at bat, big out for Cook because that guy in the on deck circuit can do so much with the bat. Ichiro can slap the ball and make it very dangerous if the runner gets to first.
3-1 pitch is hit high to right field. Reddick is over, and that's out number 2.
Now that Ichiro uses magic 1. But a 3-1 fastball to Vernon Wells, who throughout his career has been a big power hitter and could not get around on it. That shows you the velocity of Ryan Cook and the location of his fastball.
Ichiro is 1 for 3. He singled in the 5th inning. Ichiro also in the 7th inning hit a drive to left center, well hit that Young made a very nice play on. Lowry charges, he's got it, throws quickly to first, not in time. Ichiro beat it out.
Well, there's your no chance, and Lowry did it as well as you could make the play. Charged in, of course, playing a little bit deep with 2 outs, and just got it scooped, throw it quickly, and Ichiro just flies out of the batter's box. He's one of the rare hitters that from the left side is running out of the box when he makes contact.
Speaking of running,
he will this time, or not.
Ray, we've been saying that for 9 years.
Not 12, really.
Exactly. He's got a big lead.
See, a big lead draws throws, but so far he has not done anything besides get the big lead.
Stewart is 0 for 3. Ichiro not running. First pitch strike.
You know, if there's ever a time for a base runner to have a green light, there's also a must go. In other words, a steal sign. You get a green light, you usually get the stop sign, don't go, but in some cases, if the runner has a green light and he doesn't run, you want to force him to run, just give him the sign.
I would say just our view of the leads that runners get is always a pretty good view from the press box.
Yeah.
I would say Ichiro gets as big of a lead as any runner I've seen.
Yep. Exactly.
He goes out to that grass cutout. I mean, That is a big lead.
That is a big lead. And it's just a question if he's leaning back towards first or, yeah, there you go.
And he runs, pitches the ball, throw to second base. He's not in time, and Ichiro swipes a bag. A big lead and a pretty good jump, and not much of a chance for Norris.
And believe us, we have not been encouraging him to run. It's just surprised that he hasn't run. And this time he does. Head down, and of course Ryan Cook has a little bit of extra time getting rid of the ball to the plate, which does not help a catcher. Yeah, the concentration totally on the hitter. As Mariano Rivera, who was up last inning, back up now with Boone Logan.
And Stewart loops one over right field, or over first base, I should say, down the right field line, and it is just foul. Wow. Little chip shot.
And you see Joe Girardi leaning over the rail. He was hopeful that this ball, is probably hoping and pushing for the ball to stay in play. Great Exmo. That's not the sweet part of the bat. That's the jam. And just foul, just that much. Should score easily on that one. On any base hit, it's going to be tough to throw him out. That's why Cook will try to get the hitter.
1-2 pitch, nasty slider. He strikes him out. So Ichiro stranded at second. Bottom of the 10th coming up. We're tied at 2. Bay Area fan, we got Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai tonight at 10:30, and it's on our sister station, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. Highlights from this terrific game here at the Coliseum this afternoon between the A's and the Yanks. Colin Kaepernick on minicamp and U.S. Open Day 1 recap as U.S. Open golf trying to battle the weather a little bit. David Feldman, Ahmed Fareed will host. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. The lefty Boone Logan comes in. Logan pitched in last night's game briefly, a third of an inning. He faced 3 hitters, retired 1, gave up a hit and a walk. He's going to face Reddick, Young, and Sogard. This is the only lefty that the Yankees have in their bullpen. First pitch to Reddick is a bit low. They check, no swing. Reddick goes around that time. That's a good slider from Boone Logan, which, if you're a good lefty, you'll probably have a good slider.
Exactly, and he does, and there's this kind of a, oops, I'm going to start, got away with the first one, not the second.
Good swing there by Reddick. He got a fastball at 95, fouled it straight back. Reddick has flied to center, grounded to second, flied to left.
There's your fastball, and Josh Reddick just nicking the top of his bat.
1-2 pitch is a fastball high, 94 miles an hour.
Getting spoiled with his Exmo shots and just watching I'm amazed that, you see a foul ball, you don't think where the ball is hitting the bat, but man, Expo really shows where it just hits the top or the bottom of the bat. It's a foul ball.
It's the star of the show today.
It is. It's been outstanding. Adam Roden, I'm sure, is just scrambling to get all those Exmos on tape.
In fact, I think whoever wins this game, we should probably interview Exmo after the game and post it.
We had a robot throw out the pitch last night.
That's what I'm saying. Anything can happen. There's the Exmo camera. Mike Muldowney's doing a great job.
That's great work. Great work. Let's see if we can get an Exmo. We got 5 cameras in left center. That's impressive. All on this target given by Stewart to Josh Reddick, 3-2.
And it's hit hard right at the shortstop, Nix, who stays with a tough out. Reddick hustling down the line makes it close. But he's retired, and that's out number 1.
Cannot fault Josh Reddick for that at bat.
It's good at bat.
Gets a tough lefty, gets a fastball, and really out of the line very quickly. As he said today, he busted it hard on an infield hit, was called an out last night. Goes hard again on a routine hard ground ball to short and made it a close play. He commented last night about Ryan Cook, the great job he did in the pregame and the introduction of the young man throwing out the first pitch in Kansas, hit it robot last night. And I said today, great job. And he said, I've never been so nervous in my life. So what he did in the top half of this inning, probably nothing. I mean, he was probably as relaxed as ever, pitching on the mound versus talking on a microphone before the game. But I said, it's amazing that when you talk and you don't hear anything until it comes out of the loudspeaker, that's the delay. And if you're not accustomed to it, it's tough. But he did a great job last night, pre-game, and a great job in this 10th inning.
So 1-1 to Chris Young, who walked and scored in the 3rd. Grounded out in the 5th. Hit a fly ball to center field in the 8th. Plenty of power to end this thing. Rolls it foul, so now he's behind in the count 1-2.
All Chris Young has to think about right now, it is Houston, Minute Maid Park, and his mother's food, cooking, home cooking. Because he combined all of those in Houston, had a tremendous series, and has throughout his career.
And if you only have time to think about one, think about the cooking.
That's right. Think about the barbecue.
Setting up inside. Foul the fastball back. One game still going on in the National League. The Reds and the Cubs are tied 5-5 in the bottom of the 12th inning. A long afternoon at Wrigley. Another fastball, 94 miles an hour, foul back. The Nationals beat the Rockies at Coors Field 5-4. Giants and Pirates will get underway in a little bit from Pittsburgh. That's it in the National League. American League games are yet to get started. Another foul ball. This one ripped right into the seats just past the A's dugout. As the terrific ushers here at the Coliseum always do, the ball goes in there, just make sure everybody's okay. They always go down and check. In the dirt, blocked by Stewart. Sogard waiting in the on-deck circle.
Chris Stewart has gotten his work in today, and you always think about 2 strikes. Why is the guy trying to block? Well, that's key. 2 strikes. He gets by him, he swings and can reach base, but it also keeps you in the good habits of blocking balls in the dirt. Don't get lazy in certain pitches, and you have to do it also when it really counts.
Fastball is high, 3-2. So both Reddick and Young putting together good at bats against Boone Logan. See if they can, if Young can capitalize on it.
Fastball away.
And it's right on the corner. Strike 3 called.
Oh, it's amazing. Tough pitch to guess, and I don't know that Chris Young was. Maybe he thought the pitch was away, and it's got to be Adam Rosales pinch hitting for Eric Sogard.
Your attention, please, ladies and
So
gentlemen.
Sogard went 1 for 3, and Rosales will hit against the lefty.
Number 17.
And the righty loosening up as Joe Girardi getting confirmation that it's ready, and once that happens, he's going to make the move, counteract this one. So there's your lone lefty out of the game after 2 batters.
So Logan does his job. He retires the 2 hitters. So we'll be back. 2-2 game. It's the bottom of the 10th.
The 6 hits for the Yankees, 2 or 4 for the Athletics, and this is what Adam Rosales did in Chicago. Matt Thornton, 10th inning, fastball, 2 strikes up and in, and Adam Rosales down the left field line, and that was one of 4 solo home runs the A's hit that night to defeat the White Sox 5-4, thanks to a ball that was caught at the warning track on the wall. The bottom of the 10th.
Pop up. Yeah. So here's Sean Kelly, who pitched last night, and he threw 29 pitches last night. And first pitch swinging, Rosales pops a foul back. Kelly an inning and 2/3 last night, couple of walks and a strikeout, so he's right back to work this afternoon. Rosales hitting for Sogard, and there's a fastball outside corner, strike 2. So the last runs scored in this game were by the A's in the 3rd inning, the 2 spot they scored to tie up the game. Rosales tries to hold up, he cannot do it. Strike 3 on the swing, and the A's go down in order, and we're headed to the 11th inning. Yankees A's tied at 2.
presented by Avidur, Nalabone, and BioSpot. This year's event will feature a pregame pup rally, a pup parade around the field. Each pup will receive a goodie bag. The A's will donate a portion of the proceeds to Dogs for Diabetics and the Animal Rescue Foundation. For more information, go to oaklandathletics.com/dog day. Limited tickets available. Deadline to purchase Monday, June 17th.
Third relief pitcher used for the A's this afternoon, and it's going to be the lefty Jerry Blevins. So Blevins comes on in the top of the 11th inning. Gardner, Nix, and Cano, the three scheduled hitters. There's Rosales, who stays in the game to play second base. Blevins' first pitch, bunted. And it's going to be a close play, and they throw it away, and it hit Gardner. And Gardner's going to try for second, and he's going to make it. I think the A's are lucky it hit Gardner, because if it didn't hit Gardner, he probably would have been standing at third base.
You're right. And Jerry Blevins hesitated because he did not know Brandon Moss was charging, and Adam Rosales was the one covering first base. A bunt. Actually, if Moss stays at first, he'd probably get him. But was Rosales getting there a little bit late, because it's not like it was a sacrifice. It was a drag bunt for a base hit. And Moss charged. Rosales couldn't get there, and as a result, runner ends up at second base. But you're right. If it goes all the way to right field with Parker Gardner's speed, he's at third base.
So it's an E1. Take that back. They just changed it to a base hit and then an E1. And Nix showed bunt. And sometimes a relief pitcher will, fake a pickoff attempt just to see what the hitter is planning on doing. And Nix squared around and showed bunt.
Gardner was at second in the first inning. Nix tried to bunt twice, did not get the job done. Lined out to short before Cano hit the home run.
Nix shows bunt to Blevins, and Blevins is going to get the shot. If the throw is low, they get Nix, and so Nix does his job, gets the bunt down, and Gardner now at third with one out, and Robinson Cano is the hitter. So the infield comes in, and the ball game is on the line right here.
Interesting in the dugout, in the bullpen, is Mariano Rivera, another reliever, and now Rivera is going to get up again with the one out. And you know, this is a rarity, but not surprising. Robinson Cano can do so much with the bat, and there's nothing against Mark Teixeira in the on-deck circle. It's more of Cano and his ability to use the whole field, and with a runner at third base, for him to just try to make contact. At least the A's can play for two with Teixeira when he comes up, switch hitter batting right-handed. So the Yankees will have a runner at third and a runner at first with one out, not a ball out of the infield.
Infield hit, air, sacrifice, intentional walk. Bob Melvin's going to jog out and talk to Blevins. A lot of times in games like this, Ray, a mistake decides the game. Now we don't know if that's what's going to be the outcome of this game, but a mistake by the A's defensively here in the 11th inning has certainly got the Yankees in a pretty good spot.
Now batting.
And we have talked this series, we've talked the career of Mark Teixeira, that he's always aggressive, and especially with runners in scoring position, that he will be aggressive, even more so. And difference from the right side, the infield will play for two.
Teixeira is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts and a walk. And the first pitch is just a touch outside, not by much.
And if we can rewind to last summer in Anaheim, first and third, gets a strikeout of Kendrick Morales, and Howie Kendrick grounds into a 5-4-3 double play to end the game, and a save for Blevins and a win for the A's.
One of our favorite games from last year.
Absolutely. Well, the A's win by 1 game in the division, and that was won. Scribner's game 162, so a lot of important pieces to the success last year.
Way inside, and it hit him. Teixeira is hit, and the bases are going to be loaded with Travis Hafner coming up.
A hard slider to the back foot, and literally to the back foot. It got him. But it does create a force at all bases, and Teixeira is not one to. Took one for the team there, but he'd rather be swinging the bat. Jerry Blevins trying to get the slider down and in to get him to roll over to hit a ground ball to the left side to start a double play.
Hafner is 0 for 4 today. The first pitch is rolled foul. Warren and Rivera out in the Yankees bullpen. Won the count. Foul just over top the A's dugout, and now Blevins is ahead 0-2. Hafner this year has struck out 50 times in 164 at bats, so almost a third of the time he has struck out. So
I remember they've gone up the ladder, and he struck out on a high fastball. He just threw him a cut fastball. I mean, best case scenario, get a ground ball, doesn't run well to get the double play. The infield, of course, you play him normal instead of a shift, which they did his last at bat when he grounded into right field.
Oh my goodness.
Call it. Oh my. Wow. First of all, how can it take it? Number two, how can it not be called a strike? Right there. Perfectly thrown. It crossed the plate to get to the target.
So 1-2 the count to Hafner. A little bit high, 2-2.
The good thing about Blevins, even though he hit Teixeira to load the bases, you have somewhat of a patient hitter in Hafner, but he was paying attention to Cano about possibly running. He doesn't have to pay attention to anybody now. Concentrate on the hitter. But the infielders, they get a ground ball, turn the double play.
Gardner at third, Cano at second, Teixeira at first. 1 out. Hafner reached for it a little bit, fouls it into the second level. The on-deck hitter is Kevin Youkilis.
Pat Neshek listening in the bullpen.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 outs.
What a great slider. What a great chase slider. And a difficult pitch for a pitcher. 2-2. If he takes, it's ball 3. Instead, flailed at it. Looked good enough for him. And maybe he knew he got away with one. 0-2. Didn't take a chance. And there's the rotation, the Exmo, the hard slider. And if you're ever going to throw a hard one, that's the time to do it. Out of the strike zone. And he got him. What a great pitch by Jerry Blevins.
So Hafner 0 for 12 in the series. And here's Youkilis. First pitch strike. Youkilis is 0 for 3. changeup, but it stays well outside. Youkilis walked in the second, hit into a double play in the fourth, and then a fly ball to center field in the seventh, and a pop out to second in the 10th. Foul back. Youkilis a good rip. 1-2. The crowd this afternoon, 27,569, and they're going to rise to their feet. Whatever team you're cheering for, this is the big moment in the game.
That's a pitcher's pitch. 1-2. It's Jerry Blevins. It go backdoor slider, down and in slider. It go backdoor fastball. Going to stay outside.
Yes. Strike three called. Youkilis is called out, and Blevins strikes out Hafner and Youkilis with the bases loaded, and the Yankees do not score.
Well, there's your Houdini act, and Jerry Blevins just a tremendous job. The backdoor slider perfectly thrown, and Kevin Youkilis can't believe it. The backdoor got him. And there is your back-to-back strikeouts by Houdini Blevins to get out of the inning.
Bottom of the 11th. By Jerry Blevins.
Big time Houdini, and what he did last year, and Anaheim got the double play. This time just the backdoor slider. Derek Norris, the pump of the fist after the strikeout. Pump of the fist by Blevins, and Youkilis looking to the sky, and Jerry Blevins put himself in a position to have to get 2 big outs with the bases loaded, and his reaction after the strikeout, that's great. Always Mr. Cool Blevins showing a little emotion. But Skype, did you hear? Remember the 19-inning game that Blevins had the fans still in hand cheering Jerry? They were doing it. Maybe some leftover fans from that game were here this afternoon when Blevins came in in the 10th inning. Or 11th inning.
So Norris to lead it off. We got a new pitcher for the Yankees. It's Adam Warren. So Adam Warren making his 12th appearance. First pitch to Norris here in the 11th is a fastball for a strike. .77 ERA. This is our first look at Warren in this series.
Did face the A's one time in New York in relief of Sabathia. CC went 6 innings, and Warren pitched 3. Struck out 4 while giving up 2 hits in the 3 innings. Good fastball. As the Yankees relievers seem to come in and throw hard. Harder than Robertson, who first and third still got out of it with a huge strikeout, 2 strikeouts.
2 pitches outside. So it's been Kuroda, Robertson, Logan, Kelly, and now Adam Warren. So Kelly only faces 1 hitter. Gets Rosales to end the 10th inning. And a late strike 3 call by C.B. Bucknor, and that's out number 1.
It's almost that C.B. Bucknor is making sure that you cannot be patient. That pitch clearly outside, and especially with the delay call. Tommy Cam,
Number 5, John.
it's off the plate.
Jason.
Derek Norris, the catcher, of course, realizing it.
So the first pitch to Jaso drops in for a strike. Jaso is 1 for 3. He walked and scored in the third, and then had a single in the ninth. He singled leading off the ninth. And he was standing at third base with 1 out, and the A's were right on the verge of winning it, but they could not do it. Nishak getting loose. Fastball is high. Jaso gets jammed. He pops it up. It's the catcher, Chris Stewart, who's underneath it. And that was a good fastball right in on the hands of Jaso. Just could not get to it. 2 outs for Seth Smith.
Well, you see some fastballs thrown inside of the A's hitters, and while trying to bring the hands in, just cannot clear it enough. And right on the label, see the label of the bat manufacturer, and that's what they call the label, which is not a good part of the bat.
It's not where you want the ball to connect.
No, that's just to show the manufacturer's name or insignia, but not to try to make square contact.
So Smith steps in. He's 1 for 4. Ground out, an RBI double, and a couple of strikeouts. I would say as many extra inning games are won with 2-out rallies than they are with.
Right.
Well, the first 2 guys are on. And you always think, you get those first 2 outs.
Well, last summer, the 4-game sweep by the A's in that big weekend, it was Hyundai Sunday that Seth Smith hit a 9th inning home run against Soriano in a 4-0 lead by CC Sabathia that went to the bye side, and the A's tied it, won it in extra innings. But Seth just think that it's Sunday, even though it's Thursday, and it's Hyundai Thursday.
Hyundai Thursday.
Yeah.
Throwback Hyundai Thursday.
That's good.
And C.B. Bucknor just punched out Seth Smith, and the count is 2-2.
Well,
that kind of says a lot.
Yeah.
I sort of feel bad for C.B. right now, but
let's listen. Chris Stewart had to look at the scoreboard and say, wait a minute, did I miss something?
2-2 pitch is hit hard to Nix, who backhands hard hit ball, side retired. So we cut a laugh as we head to the 12th inning. Hang in there, CB. You're going to be all right. No score, or 2-2 game after 11. The A's felt like they had a chance to, well, they were going to win the game late, and the Yankees, I'm sure, last inning thought that they had the game in hand. But some relief pitchers who made big pitches when they needed to. And now it's up to Pat Neshek to keep this game tied at 2. So Neshek will face Vernon Wells and then Ichiro, and then Chris Stewart as Okajima heads down to the bullpen. First pitch strike to Vernon Wells, who is 0 for 4. Just 7 hits for the Yankees and just 4 hits for the Athletics. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Outfield straightaway and deep for Wells. And he reaches for it. Swing and a miss. 0-2 slider. And Wells is 0 for 5.
And you know what you're going to get from Pat Neshek. Slider after slider. And as he's mentioned it to Stewart as he comes back. And next moment we're going to see the old Frisbee. There it comes. There it goes. The rotation comes in and then drops down. And it's not so much the location, because that was a pretty hittable pitch. It's just the fact that it was off speed. And Wells is so far out in front, couldn't handle it.
Ichiro swings at the first pitch, pops it up towards short. 2 outs.
That's a huge, that's so big. But if he'd gotten on the base, it would have been 1 out.
So here's Stewart. Stewart is 0 for 4.
Chris Stewart.
Ground out, foul out, ground out, strikeout for Stewart. First pitch is a bit high. They're still playing at Wrigley Field. It's 5-5 in the top of the 14th inning. So we're trying to catch them. Broken bat grounder. Lowry ranging far behind second baseman, throws, and it's not in time, and the ball is going to bounce toward the dugout, and it's going to go into the dugout. So Stewart's going to be at second base. So it's going to be a base hit and an E6.
On off the end of the bat, up the middle, and Jed Lowry tried to make a very good throw, and Brandon Moss tried to reach and pick it. But it was kind of taking it to the outfield side of first base, and once it got past Brandon Moss, the angle in which the ball went towards the dugout. Last night, John Jaso, 2 nights ago, busted down the line
Number 11, Brett
to
Gardner.
keep a ball from going into the dugout, but Derek Norris would have been a sprinter to get to that one. What did you say about 2 out rallies? We just hope the A's don't have to endure a 2-out rally that
That I just talked
about. But
they're going to walk Gardner.
that's a great idea. He is like Ichiro in that with his speed and so many things he can do with the bat. Like Ichiro, like Cano, who was intentionally walked. I think a manager does not have some decisions to make throughout a game.
You got to be ready for him. So Ray, that last ball, the overthrow, I did not see it go into the dugout. But the home plate umpire raised his hands, meaning dead ball.
Yeah. And there's a plank in front of the dugout that a lot of times will prevent a ball from going in if it stays close to the ground. But evidently this one bounced, and Derek Norris was not going to get to it. See, there's where it bounced up when it hit the lip, and then must have.
But see, he picks it up right there.
Yeah,
it's kind of strange.
Maybe it's something that then came back in, but it was going to be extra bases anyway. There's no way Norris could get to it to keep Stewart from going to second base anyway. So it just happened to be a ball that got by him. Maybe it hit the Yankee bag.
Yankee bag out of play. So 2 on 2 out for Nix. Yeah, that one spins in for a strike. So Stewart is the go-ahead run at second base. Does not have great speed. Young is shallow in center. Reddick is shallow in right. Seth Smith playing about his normal spot in left field. Inside, and the count's 1-1. Nix is 1 for 4 with a sacrifice bunt. And that one's popped up, and that'll reach the seats. So Neshek ahead in the count, 1-2.
Yeah, what Pat Neshek needs to do is get one of those hard frisbee chasing pitches away from the right-hander. And when you have a count like this in your favor, you can afford, because he's going to throw the same pitches regardless of the count, but this is the time where you can show maybe that it looks like a strike, but have it break off the plate so far that the hitter can't reach it.
And he got it. Nix chased it, and another A's reliever works out of a jam. So the Yankees strand 2. So we're going to the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 2.
Houdini, why not? Mark Teixeira gets hit by a pitch, and that will load the bases. And then Travis Hafner swung a pitch out of the strike zone, and in the backdoor slider, Kevin Youkilis, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts. Youkilis can't believe it. And Blevins popped as he heard the fans shouting, "Jerry, Jerry!" And then Pat Neshek did it again. And so Cook, Blevins, Neshek, they've all done well today, and he's trying to win it. It's the 12th inning.
Lowry to lead it off against Adam Warren. Warren had a 3-up, 3-down 11th inning. Lowry, Donaldson, and Moss. First pitch is line foul.
I do not know whether Mariano Rivera, I believe he had confidence in his team, but you notice he was not up in the bullpen with the runner in scoring position. As if to say, I've been up enough. He's been up about 4 innings just in case. And I think if a run had scored in his first and second, he would have had enough time to get up, make a couple of pitches, and be ready to go. If the man can show up in spring training, throw the first pitch about 93 on the black, I'd say he could be ready quickly in the 12th inning.
1-1 pitch is lofted towards center where Gardner is under it, and that's out number 1. Well, the A's had 2 hits in the 3rd inning. They had 2 hits in the 9th inning, and that's it for their hits.
Number 20, Josh.
Joe Girardi in the first game of this series went in to say hello to him, and he said, so you guys had a 19-inning game? I said, yeah. He said, so there's been an 18, a 19, and a 20. Remember the 18 and 20 the same day. And he said, wow. He said, we don't want any of those. And here we are in the 12th. And he's hoping for the 13th. The A's would like to end it in the 12th.
Well, there is not a manager around who likes extra inning games, because you start getting past the 12th inning and you start worrying about your bullpen and what's coming up.
Well, that's why Warren is important for him right now. There's the 14-inning game going on at Wrigley.
Donaldson on the ground, fielded by Nix, and that's out number 2. But you know, you have this game in front of you that you're trying desperately to win, and I think as the game continues to go, well, now we got to win this baby. But you're also trying to think about the game tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
And that's the biggest thing when you have games that there's not an off day, and to get opportunities, with both clubs have had. First and third for the A's, 1 out, couldn't score. Bases loaded for the Yankees, 1 out, couldn't score.
Warren drops a breaking ball into Moss for a strike. Moss is 0 for 4, a couple of flyouts and a couple of strikeouts. And now it's 0-2. This is what Moss did in that 19-inning game.
Barry Enright threw an off-speed pitch down the corner, and they walk off for the Athletics.
Not too tired to celebrate them.
He was so tired he gave himself the time.
Moss trying to end it here. In the dirt, blocked by Stewart. Always think about the catchers as well in extra inning games. Both guys doing a very good job, Stewart and Norris.
Well, in the case of the A's, the other catcher is DH, and you could always put John Jaso in, but really, except for Rosales pinch hitting for Sogard. Remember, the A's have a couple of players that are injured and did not start.
So 11 consecutive A's hitters have been retired, and we're on to the 13th inning. It's still 2-2.
game live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV today. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. If you've got it today, you've been watching a lot of baseball. As the A's and Yankees in the 13th inning on Mariano Rivera's final trip to Oakland during the regular season. You have to preface it by saying regular season because you never know what can happen in October.
Okajima comes in. So he's going to face Cano, Teixeira, and Hafner. So Hideki Okajima. It's the 5th appearance for Okajima, and I would imagine that Okajima and Cano have squared off a few times. Okajima was with the Red Sox. And the first pitch is a ball. 3 for 15, or make that 5 for 15 with 2 home runs. So Cano has the statistical advantage against Okajima. Two for 4 today with a double, a home run, a walk.
Now the Japanese media travels with Kuroda, and I'm sure some with Okajima, but you know, they get to cover 2 players today the same day. Kuroda started, pitched well for 8 innings, and then now Okajima comes into the 13th, trying to get the A's back with a 2-2 tie in the bottom of the 13th. This is Chavez loosening in the A's bullpen.
1-1 pitch is outside. So the Yankees had the go-ahead run at second with 2 outs in the 10th and could not score. In the 11th, they had the bases loaded and 1 out, could not score. And in the 12th, they had first and second 2 outs and could not score. So they've stranded 6 in the last 3 innings. Two-one pitch drops low, and now 3-1. So Doolittle and Chavez, the only 2 pitchers that have not been used for the Athletics, and Doolittle pitched in the first 2 games of the series, so I'm sure the A's are trying to stay away from him.
And he pitched over the weekend in Chicago. Did have Monday off, but a lot of work for the A's lefty.
So 3-1 to Cano. And there's a shot headed for the right field corner. And Reddick picks it up, gets it back in quickly, but Cano has a leadoff double. So 2 doubles and a homer for Cano in this game.
3-1 fastball. He took the breaking pitches and then has hammered the fastball down in the corner. At least he kept him in the park. He runs too well. Reddick played it perfectly off the wall. Strong throw back into second base, but Cano smelled the double and got in easily.
So here's Teixeira. Hafner in the on-deck circle. 5 at-bats for Teixeira against Okajima. Now they're going to walk Teixeira. How about that? Now Hafner has not had a good series. Does not have a hit in the series, and probably not a bad idea.
And if there was a possibility of Travis Hafner or the hitter following Teixeira to bunt, probably wouldn't be done.
It's true.
But I don't know that Travis Hafner has ever bunted. I mean, he was a power hitter with the Indians, same with the Yankees. And I guess it's a first time for everything. It's just a question of whether a manager would ask a player to do something that maybe he's never done before.
Or would you pinch hit for a guy who's, you know, he's a run producer?
That's a good point.
No, he's not going to pinch hit. So Hafner's going to Stride to the plate, and again.
Well, you have to wonder, and you're saying correctly that he's had a tough series.
Number 33.
But as strong as he is, the threat with the bat in his hand is always there.
So tough series, struggling at the plate, but a chance to help his team here. He has never had a sacrifice bunt in his career. Youkilis is the on-deck hitter. Hafner today 0 for 5. Outfield plays Hafner straight away. Pretty good share of this crowd of over 27,000 has stuck around. First pitch is that big curveball from Okajima, and Hafner takes it. 75 miles an hour.
And the difference in that slow curve at 75 versus Jerry Blevin's hard slider is just the difference in the velocity of the breaking pitches.
Donaldson right on the edge of the grass and dirt. Now he takes a couple steps back. And Hafner takes outside. See the gentleman right behind home plate with his arms up. That's kind of what we were thinking. Watch the gentleman with the hat on and the white shirt. What?
Maybe
so
CB's afraid to bring somebody up with one strike. He's already done it with just one strike today.
And that one is a strike. So 2-1. Okajima is the 6th pitcher in the game for the A's. Inside, and now it's 3-1.
Yeah, he turned it over almost like a screwball, or a curveball didn't break, and
kind of floats in there.
Yeah.
So 3-1. Jesse Chavez has been warming up, and he's ready if needed out in the A's bullpen. Three-one pitch is hit off the end of the bat. Young coming in, and Young's going to get there, and Cano has to go back. So Okajima gets the big out. Hafner on a 3-1 pitch hit it off the end of the bat.
Well, and you're right about Cano, and now Bob Melvin's going to the mound to have Chavez come in to face Youkilis. But 3-1, and there is off the end of the bat, one-handed swing by the strong Hafner, but Chris Young has played an outstanding center field today, really charging and keeping Cano at second.
So Chavez coming in. Okajima will head for the bench after facing 3 hitters.
Goodman grabbed Balfour, got the A's back to the dugout. Big strikeout. Ryan Cook, another big strikeout. The biggest for Jerry Blevins, backdoor slider to Euclid with back-to-back punch-outs. And how about a big punch-out by Pat Neshek with that chase slider away from Nix, and he hops off the mound. And so Okajima's put a couple of runners on, got a big out, and now Jesse Chavez. And there may be another Chavez in the bullpen, but he's not a pitcher.
Breaking ball inside to Euclid. So Cano still at second, Teixeira at first. So Jesse Chavez, good ERA in 9 games.
And the surprising sneaky fastball just missed with a breaking ball.
Good pitch there with a fastball down around the knees. 1-1 to Euclid, who is 0 for 4 with a walk. Euclid is 1 for 10 in the series. Swing and a miss.
That's a nasty curveball. Great curveball, especially after missing with the first one. Almost hit Euclid. Fastball lower part of the zone, and then dropped a perfect curveball in for strike 2.
One-two pitch, got him swinging with that good breaking ball. Euclid strikes out for the second time.
Derek Norris stayed with the hard curve, and the key there is the fact that they're throwing hard, spin, rotation, 12 to 6, and that's the old-fashioned drop. Right over the top with the spin, taking it down out of the strike zone, and Derek Norris goes down with it as a swing and a miss by Euclid into the mitt of Derek Norris.
So here is Wells, 2 outs, and the first pitch just a bit outside.
Might have been across it. Derek Norris caught it like it was expecting to get a fastball, but I don't know if Cano would be doing anything. This is an interesting after the first pitch, and everything looked good. It's just surprising to see Derek go out and talk Chavez after the one pitch. But if he was looking for a breaking ball and caught a fastball like that, it's a pretty good catch, especially to be catching in 13th.
Vernon Wells is 0 for 5. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Maybe he's telling him to stay at the same spot.
Right there.
Exactly. Take the pinpoint control. This one a little bit farther outside than the one Wells took for ball 1. He's kind of shading him to right field. Shallow is Reddick in right field.
Swing and a miss right by Wells at 95 miles an hour, and now it's 1-2. Yankees had first and second and nobody out.
Extra in the tank just came right at him at the 95. And when you can throw 95, you don't necessarily have to hit the corner, and that was by Vernon Wells. It was a good fastball hitter. He's had a good curve. He's shown a very good curve to get Euclid, and now excellent fastballs to this right-handed hitter. And you have to wonder, does he speed up his bat to try to throw a hard curve or at least a curveball? Make sure it's hard if you do.
And he throws him a nasty breaking ball, and Jesse Chavez comes in. He strikes out Euclid, and Wells with the go-ahead run at second base. So the frustration continues for the Yankees as they cannot get the run home. Bottom of the 13th coming up. pitching by the A's. Amazing.
Fastballs and then Uncle Charlie. And Vernon Wells with the pump of the fist by Jesse Chavez. You can throw this curveball in the 12-6 rotation and it just disappears. Throw a 95 fastball and then that curveball. That's tough to really catch up. Greg Norris liked it. Jesse Chavez liked it even more. You know, he's the Evans Scribner for 162 last year. Yep. I mean, down to the bullpen, the last guy called in. But the Yankees, Kevin, you pointed out, you go back to the 10th inning, 1-3-2-2, runners left on base. 8. How many times have you seen an intentional walk in 3 consecutive innings?
It's true.
So you've seen it with the A's and Bob Melvin doing it this afternoon.
And a good start as Reddick with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 13th inning. Let's see if the A's can execute.
First pitch fastball, why wait? Right down the middle, go after it. That's a big hit by Josh Reddick.
It's funny, we talk about all those runners left on base by the Yankees, and for the A's, that's their first hit since the 9th inning.
That's a good point.
11 consecutive hitters had been retired before Reddick gets that hit. And now here's Chris Young. To bunt. Bunts it in the air, and the pitcher Warren grabs it. And he thought about going to first. Reddick had to hustle back. Young got in his way a little bit, but Warren quick off the mound, and he made the catch. So that's out number 1, and that'll bring up Rosales.
Well, it's a good fastball on the angle. That's, tell you, Warren made a very nice play catching it himself. And there's your trivia question. Back-to-back games, the pitcher has caught a pop-up.
That's right. That's right.
That was a bunt, but still it was a pop-up.
So here's Rosales trying to find the gap. Although down the left field line, maybe your best shot. Wells is way off the line. If Adam hits one down in that left field corner, the A's may win the ball game. Gardner just a shade toward right center. Rosales pinch hit in the 10th inning, and he struck out.
Saw Coco Crisp in the dugout, maybe thinking about at least some bat in his hand or whatever. But you look at the A's today. I mentioned only Rosales' pinch hit for Sogard. The A's really playing 2 less players, position players. So when you only have 4 to start the game, then that shows in Jaso being the DH.
And Fryman is the one fully healthy guy on the bench.
He's emergency catcher. Well, Adam Rosales called time, and C.B. Buckner didn't see it, wouldn't allow it, and took it anyway for ball 2.
Fastball for a strike from Adam Warren, who came in the 11th inning, so he's done a nice job. It's been Kuroda, Robertson, Logan Kelly, and now Warren. Rivera, Chamberlain, and Claiborne are the 3 pitchers that haven't been used, but Claiborne and Chamberlain both pitched in the first 2 games of this series. And there's another strike, 2-2.
Remember the 19-inning game, Jerome Williams pitched 6 innings. Brett Anderson 5 2/3. So you need somebody to pitch long, and I think both managers trying to get through some tough predicaments, landmines, if you will. But I think it comes down to you have one guy, and Jesse Chavez might be the A's guy, and Warren might be for the Yankees.
Strike 3 call to Rosales. So that's 2 outs here in the 13th. So Adam Rosales could not get a swing off.
That's a fastball, a little bit of movement coming from the outside to the middle part of the plate, and normally you will see Rosales swing. Very rarely will you see him take strike 3.
Doolittle's the last guy in the bullpen.
He's not going to save the game because the A's are home.
if Norris can send the folks home happy.
Ty Waller talking to Josh Reddick. Of course, Reddick has excellent speed, and maybe it's simply to say, here's what his time is. If you get a good jump, try it.
Reddick, as we saw last year, he's a pretty good base runner and has certainly the ability to steal a base.
A gap shot to left center, just to the left of Nick's, the shortstop, towards left center, the Comcast Sportsnet California side. A's walk off a winner. There it is. That's the direction to hit it.
And that one's looped towards shallow right. Ichiro coming in, still coming in, and he makes the catch on the run. So a leadoff single by Reddick, but the A's do nothing with it, and we're on to the 14th. Still tied at 2.
Season is tomorrow. A special show set with superhero theme songs and presented by the Oakland Tribune and the Contra Costa Times. Begins after the A's play the Mariners right here at your O.K Coliseum. Bring the family into picnic blankets and enjoy the show from the outfield grass. On-field capacity is limited. For tickets and information, go to oaklandathletics.com/fireworks. Now we're reading this on the 14th. Let's hope we don't read it the 21st.
No, that would not be so good.
You know, the Cubs just had a walk-off at Wrigley. Maybe that's a good omen for the A's.
Yeah, they're chuckling at us now. Top of the 14th indeed. 2-2 game. Ichiro's going to lead it off. He's the 8th place hitter in the lineup, but in this case, not a bad guy to have leading off an inning. He'll be followed by Stewart and then Gardner. So Jesse Chavez did a terrific job in that 13th inning, striking out Youkilis and Wells with the go-ahead run at second base. So he'll start with a clean inning here in the 14th. I think you're right, though, Ray. If this game continues to go on, Jesse Chavez is going to be out there for a while. And that's going to make it into center field. Broken bat single for Ichiro Suzuki, and he is 3 for 6. So again, the Yankees have the go-ahead run on base.
But at least this time it's not Travis Hafner, it's Chris Stewart, and a fastball down the middle of the plate. Got a low strike the previous pitch, but this one had a lot of the plate. Chris Stewart is a good bunter. He will be sacrificing. And Joe Girardi would try to get the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Bunted and fouled. 311 career hits for Ichiro against the Athletics.
Let's see, Brett's retired, Hall of Fame. Young, nationally. Anderson, Baines, Yount, Hall of Fame. Ripken, Hall of Fame. Molitor, Hall of Fame.
I think he's good.
I think he's good. I don't think there's anybody.
He's good. bunted again, and it's foul. So now the count is 0-2.
But Josh Donaldson charging hard from third base kind of forced Stewart to bunt the ball to the right side towards first base. If he bunted it to third, which normally you try to do that, runners at first and second, force the third baseman to field. He would not have been charging like that anyway. But Donaldson was on top of Stewart. He may try it again. 0-2. He may try it, and signs been given, and that might indicate that it's more than just 0-2. Try to make contact. So an opportunity for a pitcher to make a good pitch to try to prevent the sacrifice if he does try it.
And he will try again. Chavez is going to throw to first, and Rosales is there. So Stewart hangs in there, and he gets the bunt down on the 0-2 pitch. So again, the Yankees have the go-ahead run at second base.
Well, the ball right back, and Moss is charging, and then Chavez had to throw over Rosales. Now with the sacrifice, it's a little bit different. The second baseman knows he has to hurry and cover first and not even hold his position. Try to just vacate second, get to first as quickly as possible. See, that should not have been a good enough pitch for a hitter to bunt 0-2.
First pitch to Gardner is a fastball that's low. Gardner, let's see, takes a little while longer to look at the scorecard. 2 for 5, single and a double. Guys are ahead of me down in the truck as usual. Also walked in the 12th. And he lays off that pitch that's low, 2-0.
Deep as this goes, my intention of walking.
The 7th at bat. Looks like Lyle Overbay has come out into the on deck circle. That's Jason Nix's spot.
And that changes everything, because while
yeah.
Nix was in the on deck circle, they might have considered potentially walking Gardner, or at least pitch him carefully. I think Joe Girardi is pretty confident that, unlike a couple of nights ago, Doolittle's not going to come in.
And that one's outside, and now it's 3-0. Missed high, and Gardner with the walk. So here comes the pinch hitter, Overbay. And that's the 6th walk the A's have issued in this game.
Batting for Jason Nix, number 55, Lyle Overbay.
So Overbay to hit here in the top of the 14th inning. Overbay has pinch hit twice this year. He's 0 for 2, and Rivera gets up again. Terrific speed on the bases, Ichiro and Gardner. First pitch to Overbay popped up. Donaldson coming over. He's going to have a play, and he's got it. 2 outs.
Thank you, Coliseum. And how many times have we seen where a ball hits off the left-handed bat, goes to the left side, you think it's going to the seat, the ball just comes back. Chavez first pitch, fastball towards the inside, and Overbay just got under it,
number 24,
sliced it, looked like maybe into the seats. Any other park, it's in the seats, not here at the Coliseum. Donaldson, plenty of room to make the play.
It's a tough man to get here as Robinson Cano steps in. He's got a homer, he's got 2 doubles, he's got a walk. And he swings and misses at an off-speed pitch.
Look at fastball first offering, good changeup from Chavez. So Chavez with a good changeup to lefty, break curveball to the right-handers, and might feature the same type of curveball even to Cano.
looked like a strike. Call the ball. 1-1 the count.
Wow.
Teixeira would be next. There are 2 outs. Chavez trying to work out of another jam. Cano lays off that one, so Chavez tried the same pitch. So 2-1 the count. Single, sacrifice, walk, and a foul out so far here in the top of the 14th inning. Missed again, and it's 3-1. And boy, that's a close pitch.
Well, amazingly close. And CB Bucknor this afternoon, and you know, it's the angle. Those, I tell you, just looking at that angle, it looks like they're catching the corner, and that's, you can catch the corner and the black, and they're not even going to pitch to him. And go to the next hard hitter.
So the intentional walk. And it's going to be Teixeira with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
Now batting.
More drama.
Number 25, Mark Teixeira.
At any rate, all the drama in this game has been in the top half
right.
of the innings.
That's right. Nothing in the bottom. Warren has done a great job for the 3 innings that the A's have been facing trouble with the Yankees.
First pitch to Teixeira, swing and a miss.
Now where Cano swung the first pitch changeup and just reacted and changed and did not swing as aggressively later. Teixeira is aggressive.
Not close, and it's 1-1.
You almost don't even want to see a pitcher try to nail the outside corner to a left-hander. Not getting the call.
Not getting it.
And you don't want to take a chance inside. So it's a bad dilemma for a pitcher.
Teixeira lays off as Chavez tried that changeup, and it's 2-1. Two-one pitch, popped up. Lowry's there, and the Yankees leave them loaded. They have stranded 10 in the last 4 innings, and we're going to the bottom of the 14th inning, still tied at 2. of the 14th inning.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen, for New York, now playing shortstop, number 40, Reed Brignac.
Reed Brignac is the new shortstop, as Nix was pinch hit for. So Brignac, former Tampa Bay Ray, comes in the game. And Adam Warren is back out there for what will be his 4th inning of work. Top of the order for the A's, though.
Cap, I've just seen something. We have seen something I don't know that I can remember. An intentional walk in 4 consecutive innings by the A's, starting in the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. And it's all worked out as the Yankees leave them loaded again. $11 runners left on base in the last 5 innings by the Yankees.
So Jaso to try to get it started here in the 14th. Jaso with a single and a walk. Slowly hit. The shortstop, Brignac, charges, throws, and they just got Jaso. So Brignac just in the game, and he has to make a very difficult play.
Well, Jaso unfortunately got out of the box slowly. He runs well, but as a check swing, and he did not get out of the box very quickly. And Brignac did a great job getting Jaso, his former teammate. And that was what's it. See, he was checked, and it's not a complete follow through and out of the box quickly.
Well, anytime you check your swing, you're probably not going to be in that normal running position.
You're kind of locked right there, just wondering.
So Smith steps in. First pitch is a strike for the slider. Smith is 1 for 5. Smith with an RBI double back in the 3rd inning. Still remember that play with the controversial tag at home plate. And certainly looked like the replay showed C.B. Bucknor made the right call.
Well,
calling Jaso safe, and that tied the game, and it's still tied the same score.
So Eddie Montague, the former great umpire, now supervisor. So I'm outside broadcast booth, and he said the best call, the correct call, because he noticed the ball was not in the glove.
High fastball. Smith strikes out.
About the last walk-off home run the A's have had against the Yankees, Marco Scudero against Mo. Front door cut fastball hit the foul pole. 3-run walk-off. And Marco Scudero said, "Come on, let's go, let's go." That's been a while ago, but that was big. Adam Elhuse was in there again. Nick Swisher, and of course when that happened, I don't know that anybody was around.
Low strike call to Lowry. So Lowry's going to go for a little walk. 1 for 5 with a single in the 9th inning for Lowry. His single in the 9th inning put runners at 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Donaldson struck out and Moss struck out. Well, that was really the best scoring opportunity the A's have had outside of that 3rd inning when they scored a couple runs. Good fastball from Warren. So he has thrown 42 pitches out of the bullpen. On the ground, right to Cano, who gobbles it up. And we're moving on, folks. How about inning number 15 from the Coliseum? It's a 2-2 game.
The A's are back in New York towards the end of the season, September the 22nd, and there is your game winner. That was a long one. The A's actually thought they had won it with a couple, maybe 3 home runs in the extra innings and 1 inning, but the Yankees came back to tie it in the 14th. Thank you to Lair. And unfortunately, the A's did lose, but bounced back to win the next game. So they won the final game of the series against the Tigers, final game of the series against the Yankees, split the 4-game series against the Rangers, and came home and swept the Mariners and the Rangers to win the division.
So Hafner steps in, top of the 15th inning. Hafner, Youkilis, Wells. It has not been a good afternoon for that threesome. Hafner's 0 for 6. Youkilis is 0 for 5. Wells is 0 for 6. Inning and 2/3 for Jesse Chavez so far. .30 pitches for Chavez. Remember, he is the second to the last reliever. Doolittle is the other guy. Good fastball, and Hafner's very late. Hafner has had quite a few opportunities to knock in runs, not only today, but in this series. And that one very close, but drops low, 2-2. Victory call. Hafner is 0 for 7, and that's out number 1.
Well, that time C.B. Bucknor had a 2-strike call, a backdoor slider again, and C.B. this time with the correct call with a 2-strike punch out on a very nice pitch thrown by Chavez. Backdoor, you freeze the hitter, and once again, Travis Hafner's frozen.
First pitch to Youkilis is a fastball that runs inside. So those East Coast night games are underway, which is, well, it's never a great sign, but that's all right. Orioles leading the Red Sox 3-0 in the 4th inning at Camden Yards. Moss coming over, still moving, and it's going to drop 5. Royals and the Rays, no score in the 4th inning. Should be 11 strikeouts.
11.
There it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Perfect. Those are the guys to really check with. Lowry handles a tough hop, throws in time. Youkilis is 0 for 6.
Excellent play by Jed Lowry, and boy, he gets the glove down, and one of the best at catching the ball and throwing on the move, as he does with the ball up the middle. Goes and gets it, scoops, and there he goes throwing. I don't know if he knows what to do when he can actually set himself, but he's always moving, charging the ball, going to his left or right. And yeah, when you can throw on the move and get the ball out of your glove quickly with the transfer and get a lot on the throw, it's a good play.
First pitch to Vernon Wells is a fastball inside. Wells 0 for 6 with a couple of strikeouts. Reddick on the move. Reddick will not quite be able to get there. '49er fan coming over to the Coliseum.
Look at the antenna. He's all set, man. He's got the antenna out of the bill of his cap. I think it's pretty nice weather. It looks like it's a little cold. He's in the sun.
Wells waves at a pitch out of the strike zone, and it's 1-2. Vernon Wells has not been able to lay off that pitch all day.
By the curve, and he is not able to reach it, and that's what makes it so nice that it starts looking like the strike, and then the curveball breaks out of the strike zone.
Strike 3 called on a fastball outside corner. Vernon Wells is 0 for 7. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Jesse Chavez. Donaldson to lead it off when we come back. Baseball, Comcast Sportsnet, California's Authentic Fan Fridays at the Coliseum. Tomorrow, get a ticket in our value deck. It's right behind home plate. You're going to get an authentic A's superhero cake, a shirt card, and a $6 food and drink voucher, all for one great price. Best deal in Bay Area baseball is Comcast Sportsnet Authentic Fan Friday.
Chicago White Sox right here, his song.
Yeah, it's your song, yeah. They play it at the beginning of the White Sox games. Let's hope they're playing it at the end of this A's game. As in the A's win it at the bottom of the 15th inning. We shall see. Adam Warren pitched the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, back out there for the 15th. So 4 innings out of the bullpen for Warren. And he's given up just 1 hit, and he has struck out 3. That 1 hit is the only base runner he has allowed. So he's been a good story.
Like your scorecard. That's it. You're improvising there.
Yeah, 1 more inning.
I just went to my next page.
So here is Donaldson to lead it off in the 15th.
6th at bat for Donaldson. He has not reached first base. Times due.
And the first pitch is a strike from Warren. 44 pitches, which really, for the amount of innings he's been out there, is pretty good.
Absolutely.
Moss to follow, and then Reddick. So plenty of power coming up. Plenty of guys that could end it with 1 swing of the bat here in the 15th.
Well, the only difference in this game, in the 19-inning game that the A's played against the Angels, is that one started at 7 o'clock, 7:05. This one at least started at 12:35, but in the 15th inning.
Fastball is outside. This one's popped up on the infield. Teixeira right near the mound, and Teixeira has it for out number 1. So Donaldson is 0 for 6. And that'll bring up Moss.
Brandon Moss, the hero in the 19-inning game, with a off-speed pitch from Enright. And say, when you're playing a hole in the entire game, this one approaching 4 hours, Sidney Buckner, of course, has been behind the plate the whole time. Stewart, the catcher. Norris, the catcher. But the bat gets a little bit heavier. Maybe you want to have a couple of different bats in the rack. Lighter bats and play this late in the game.
Moss with a shot to right. That's a base hit. Winning run is aboard with 1 out.
See, Brandon Moss today, that's 2, 4, 5. That's 1 for 6. That's his first single in his last 46 at bats. He had 5 home runs, so he'll take it. And he wouldn't even short an Exmo. What a great swing. He should be getting a lot of singles with this one.
Number 16.
Great follow through. What a picturesque swing of Brandon Moss. That is beautiful. Base hit to each row, so the A's do have something started with 1 out.
Reddick steps in, and the first pitch to Reddick is a strike. Reddick is 1 for 5. He singled leading off the 13th inning, and he ended up staying at first. A's could not advance him. Chris Young in the on-deck circle. Reddick goes around on a pitch that was up and in. So now he's behind in the count 0-2.
More of a self-defense swing that carried him through, and bat stayed. Didn't really go through it, but his whole body turned around, so it's going to be a strike. The Yankees outfield right now playing no doubles, but if an A's going to run in scoring position, they will come in. But right now trying to keep the runner from first from scoring.
Reddick lays off that one. Again, it's Rivera, Chamberlain, and Claiborne, 3 right-handed pitchers that have not been in the game for the Yankees. And Sean Doolittle, the only A's reliever that has not been in the game. In the dirt, and Moss is going to try. The throw to second base is not in time. Brignac chatting with Todd Tishner, and what a huge play that is.
Well, it's a great play because Brandon Moss took the chance and did not get that far away from Chris Stewart. And he made a very strong, accurate throw to second base, but kind of look at the first move. Off the shin guard, went a little bit farther away. But Brandon Moss, not a big lead and not necessarily a secondary lead, but then he takes off hesitantly and finally gets to second base. The high throw, that's the only difference in the play. If it's a lower throw, he's out.
Well, maybe that's that mistake that sometimes helps you win a game in the late innings.
High throw, brings it down quickly, trying to block the runner, and he is out, folks.
Yes,
that front foot is up, but the second base umpire cannot see the foot off the bag. And that's the positioning of the second base umpire. He gets blocked, in this case, by the runner and the fielder.
I would say that's a big call.
Yep. But so often we've talked about how that front foot kind of slides back. The front foot is elevated off the bag instead of going straight in. When you have a slide, an almost slide on your back side, it's hard to keep the foot on the ground.
3-2 pitch is low, and he walked it.
They were not pitching to him after the runner got to second base. Of course, the outfield, everybody had come in once Moss got to second. And then once he got there and first base was open. But Stewart has done a great job blocking. He makes the high throw, but watch the front foot, the right foot. It comes up, it's elevated, it's actually off the bag, and by the time it hits the bag, Brignac has already applied the tag. But look where the umpire is. He's back here. It's behind both the fielder and the runner. He couldn't see it.
So we're going to have a pinch hitter, and it's going to be Coco Crisp.
Cap, I think a lot of times when, again, I don't know what umpires are thinking, but if there's a high throw and the fielder has to bring the ball down, maybe just enough to think that it's a close play, he's going to be safe. And especially if you're blocked and can't see the end result. So we saw Epley before giving a walk-off to Brandon Moss. How about the Coco? This is a low sinker, and Coco got it done. And there's your walk-off and the celebration. Well, the guys got to do it 14 times regular season, once in postseason, and looking for their 5th this season. Well, this is perfect because what it does actually does mean, I would think, that Coco can play the outfield. Because if the A's don't score here, they'd like to. But he is pinch hitting for Chris Young. I don't think Nate Fryman's going down there. Cespedes is not, I would assume, if they're still protecting him. So just hope Coco can get it over with.
Moss at second, Reddick at first, 1 out. First pitch to Coco is looped to left field. Wells coming in, and he's not going to get it. And here comes Moss. Throw to the plate is there. Collision, and Stewart hangs on, and Moss is out.
Wow.
And Stewart gets up, and he's walking back to the dugout, but that's only the second out.
He doesn't know.
Timeout has been called.
It's been called, but he took such a blow, and he actually held onto the ball long enough. The ball did come loose, but the out had already been called. But a shallow fly ball to left field. Vernon Wells with a strong throw. Mike Gallego sending Brandon Moss, and the collision at the plate, and that is a collision. He held on, he's got the ball, and then as he goes back, he drops it. So maybe the continuation of the play, maybe he doesn't hang on, because there he's hit, he falls back, the ball come out of his glove after he tumbles over. So you follow the play, continue the play. He's knocked down, and he holds on long enough for and to be called out. But then as it continued to flip over is when it does fall out after he had been called out. But he held on long enough. What a great play by Stewart, who is showed home plate umpire, and he thought it was the third out. He was walking. He's either dazed enough that.
So here's Rosales. Still has a chance to win it with Reddick now at third. Coco's over at second. Now Rosales, this is his third at bat. He has struck out twice. And a breaking ball in for a strike, 1-1.
Well, Brandon Moss running all the way. He was being sent all the way, and he knew it was going to be close. And we cannot fault either one of them. Brandon Moss did it. And give him credit for running over Stewart and trying to score, because Stewart caught the ball in front of the plate at the same time Moss arrived.
So 2-1. So heck of a play by Stewart and a good throw by Vernon Wells.
The irony of this is the fact that it was the ball coming out of the glove in the right hand of Stewart back in the second inning or third inning that allowed what right now is the tying run, the only run, the second one the A's have scored.
Yeah, I would say that Chris Stewart's been right in the middle of the action.
Yeah.
So 2-2. A lot of different ways to score. Reddick from third, even though there are 2 outs. Two pitch to Rosales. And he fouls it back.
Now he's thinking with the base hit to left field, and Brandon Moss got a good jump. The bench thinking that it had been done. Rosales coming up to tell him what to do. The bench coming out thinking it's going to be a game winner, and sadly going back into the dugout. Now looking for a 2-out hit. Or 2-out something.
2-2 pitch, foul back. Good swing by Rosie, hanging in there.
But you know, when there's 1 out versus 2, and again, Brandon Moss got a great jump off second base, but if there's 2 outs, you can get the extra lead. They're not going to pay attention to you. You can run on contact. Maybe a slight hesitation, see if the ball's going to drop or not, but it looked like he got a great jump. Just happened to have an excellent throw from Wells, the veteran left field, and Stewart held on to the baseball in the collision.
Strike 3 call. Rosales strikes out, and the A's do not score. Wow. Plenty of excitement, no run scored, and we're going to the 16th thanks to Vernon Wells. Chris Stewart. 16 innings on August 9, 2002. And, well, we've matched the innings as we are in the 16.
Micah Bowie. I remember the game in New York. There was another game, I've said it, going across the bay with a monumental home run intact. The game was on, and they couldn't go back. But Jesse Chavez, maybe the last reliever the A's have available this afternoon. Kevin Youkilis, curveball for the strikeout, and then Vernon Wells struck him out. How about Travis Haffner, backdoor breaking ball, striking him out, and they got Vernon Wells again with a fastball. And Chavez getting a chance really to do what Evan Scribner did in relief of A.J. Griffin last October the 3rd. Although this is the extra innings, that was about the 4th inning of the game against the Rangers. Just try to take it to the bottom of the 16th. Still tied.
First pitch to Ichiro, curveball. Snaps in for a strike from Jesse Chavez. So Coco Crisp is in the game. Moss is now at 3rd. Rosales has it. Flips to Fryman, who's in the game. So a few changes. Josh Donaldson was moving kind of slow after his last at bat, so it looks like he has come out of the game. Ichiro is retired. So Fryman in, and Moss is now playing 3rd.
Played 3rd in Houston in that 9th inning following the Chris Young 3-run home run. Donaldson moved to short. So I think the A's, except for the DH, they're out of players. Or Cespedes, and we don't know what he can do. Josh Donaldson with the foul ball.
Well, if we hear anything, we will let you know. So it's 0-2 to Stewart. Gardner will be next. Stewart is 1 for 5 with a single and a sacrifice. Popped up. Lowry out. Lowry under it, and that's out number 2.
Talk about doubleheaders. The players really don't have to play that many anymore, just unless they're day-night doubleheaders. Just as bad as an extra inning game going almost into 2 games, equivalent to 2 games, and you're
11,
you're hitless.
That's not good.
That is not good. It's a doubleheader. You can play the first game, go over, get a chance to play the second, get a couple of hits. But in a game that goes to extra innings, it's much different.
Here's Gardner, who takes inside. Because you know what happens, too, in the baseball world. When you see a game that goes 15, 16, 17 innings, you're dying to look at the box score just out of curiosity.
I thought you were getting philosophical here.
No, you look at the box score. Wow, that guy went 0 for 7. Oh, brutal. Right. That guy was 4 for 8.
That's why the look of Seth Smith the other night when he walked 4 times, he got a base hit, 1 for 1, 5 plate appearances.
2-0 to Gardner. Hey, there's a strike.
Well, what you really look at in an extra inning game is how many opportunities were there from guys that you expect to do something
big time,
and it has not happened today. And thankfully, from the A standpoint, because, like you said, Chavez got through the 15th 1, 2, 3, but the last 5 before the 15th, a lot of runners left on base, about 11 by the Yankees. So many opportunities. The A's get an opportunity, get a guy thrown out at the plate. Great to see Coco Crisp able to get into this game even as late as it is.
Breaking ball is high, so 3-2 to Gardner. Not the guy you want to get on because he will swipe a bag. That's Reed Brignac. Waiting in the on-deck circle. 3-2 pitch is right there. Strike 3 called. And how about Jesse Chavez? 3 up, 3 down inning. Bottom of the 16th coming up. A's are trying to win it. It's 2-2. So we said Josh Donaldson left the game, and a little grimace.
You know, it's more running. Something happened when he swung because he's kind of limping at first, limping coming back. And remember in Seattle when he rolled his ankle and you thought, oh, he's done. Popped up, stayed in the game, but something happened. The A's had to do a little improvising. Chip Hale, A's bench coach, still talking to the skipper about the moves that need to be made.
So Adam Warren. Oh, yeah. Fingers.
Leading off for the
Fingers doesn't
Athletic.
work every game, so he's digging this extra inning. We like him.
The original Fingers. Just put a mustache on that Fingers. Handlebar.
So Norris to lead it off. It'll be Norris, Jaso, Smith. Swing and a miss. So Adam Warren. Quite frankly, Ray, whatever happens in this game, Adam Warren is the MVP for the Yankees today. 0-1 pitch is a curve a little bit outside.
And Derek Norris can be forgiven if his bat is a little bit heavy, because he's caught every inning. John Jaso is the DH. And let's not forget tomorrow night when the Mariners come into town, it's Joe Saunders, the lefty, and Derek Norris probably scheduled to catch.
And he will not ask not to catch.
No, absolutely not. And this game approaching 5 hours. The game on the 29th of April that went 6 hours and 32 minutes. So that game started at 7:05. So at 1:30, o'clock, something like that. When the
We're glad today's a day game.
Exactly. And the sound of Jerry started to come out.
Outside, and now a full count to Norris.
Jesse Chavez had to feel pretty good. The crowd was yelling Jesse, Jesse after he came off, and deservedly. He's pitched well.
Three-two pitch to Norris is hit high in the air to right field. Ichiro trots in. He's got it, and that's out number 1. So Norris is 0 for 6. 10 hits for the Yankees, 7 hits for the Athletics. A's have made a couple of errors. And John Jaso will hit. First pitch to Jaso is rolled foul. Jaso looked like he may have fouled that one off his foot.
Yeah, I think more on the shin. The old Jermaine Dye shot. Check the right shin, and that's not good.
Oh, 1 pitch to Jaso is a fastball that hit the knob of his bat, I believe, and it shoots foul. And this is a tough at bat for Jaso so far.
Check the knob. That's a great shot.
Right there. And Jaso.
He tried to call timeout, didn't he?
Oh, is that what it was? That was very
have.
strange. Yeah, you know what? He's struggling.
Yeah, CB Buckner doesn't even see him, so he just, fortunately, the pitch was outside, and
they're going to take a look at him. He is not feeling great.
well, he's the DH, and he's going to stay in, and but that's, what was it, the injury that he had that didn't go on the DL but couldn't play because of an ankle?
Oh, he fouled the ball off his shin there, remember?
Shin,
right?
yeah. Maybe the same place that he just fouled this one. That's right.
And of course, that you knew that was going to happen.
Chilla could grab a bat. Chilla could still hit. John Jaso with a hard slider, and that's got him on the ankle. So just sent the pain from his shin down to his ankle. And
that's that reaction that Chilla just had. A whole bunch of people had that reaction.
Yeah. Well, with Donaldson out and Jaso DHing, and the catcher Derek Norris, who's also banged up, he's been hit in the big toe today.
And that one grounded toward Cano on the backhand, flips to first, and they get Jaso. So that's out number 2. So we'll keep an eye on John Jaso, who is not moving all that great.
Now, Cano makes this play so well, and Jaso still running and running well, considering where he just got banged twice on the right side, right foot and shin. But a lot of guys have to throw over the top. Cano throws from underneath and takes his momentum to the right and able to throw back across his body, underhand almost.
First pitch to Smith. Big swing. It's a high pop-up foul. Smith is 1 for 6. Outside, and the count even at 1-1. RBI double for Smith in the 3rd inning. He has struck out 3 times. The bottom of the 16th inning.
Who would ever have thought a day game you start worried about shadows? A game that started at 12:35 or close to it. Right now at about 5 hours.
Yeah, this was not even a 1 o'clock start. It was a 12:35 start. Hey, come on. We're at a baseball game, right?
Absolutely. Got a chance to, as they call it, free baseball. It's easy for fans to say that and people to think, oh, it's free baseball in extra innings, but as players, a little bit different from a manager.
Ichiro coming in. He's going to play it on a hop. So Smith has a hit. See if the A's can do something with it. And Lowry's going to hit. It's those 2-out rallies, Ray, I'm telling you.
Yep. Well, Seth Smith, what kind of wheels does he have? If there's a ball in the gap, he better have good wheels because he's going to be sent. If there's anything close. And Ichiro, smart play, and he's been around long enough to know you can't try to make a spectacular play and put Smitty in the scoring position.
Lowry 1 for 6. He had a single in the ninth. A lot of doubles for Lowry, something to keep an eye on. He's got 18 doubles this year. Check swing and a fastball that's outside. 81 pitches for Adam Warren out of the bullpen.
How many did Kuroda throw?
103. A little bit outside, a bit of close pitch, and now 3-1.
Well, we talked about managers and trying to get through an extra inning game. How about the umpires?
Yeah. Home plate umpire.
Yeah. So Matt Weiss, who takes care of the umpires, out talking to Dale Scott, the third base umpire. Probably a lot of changes that had to be made. Maybe some phone calls to Southern California and reservations would have to be
that's
catched.
true. I mean, this is the final game of the series, so these umpires are headed somewhere else.
I don't think the team across the bay is coming home, are they? So they
don't
can't
think so, no.
stay there. They're back on the East Coast or Pittsburgh.
So 3-1 to Lowry. Fryman is the on-deck hitter. And it's outside, and he walked him. It's a 2-out rally.
Well, Nate Fryman has been sitting on the bench. He got into play some first base at top of the inning, and here comes Big Nate. Now, I hope Larry Rothschild is not asking Mr. Warren, are you tired?
So Rivera is going to get up again.
You know, if you want one out.
I was just thinking that.
Exactly.
I mean,
And he's done it
is
before.
it out of the question that they would bring him in, and then if the game goes on, he could pitch the bottom of the next inning?
Well, at least Fryman has to pitch to Fryman now. If Rothschild has stayed out there long enough for Mo to get ready, you know, that's a different story. But and that last at bat, Lowry at bat started with the first pitch strike, which was questionable, but then 4 pitches outside, not even close, and that's the follow through that maybe a pitcher who's approaching or really past his limit as far as number of pitches and just leaving him a little far outside.
First pitch toward right field. Ichiro going back. Now he turns around, fighting it, and he makes the catch. Falls down on his backside, and that's how the bottom of the 16th comes to an end. So Ichiro Suzuki battling the sun. He makes the catch. We're moving on, folks. Inning number 17 coming
The
up.
sun from the left field just moved over to right field, and Ichiro, the veteran, able to make it. Barely.
Just thought they had it won.
Yeah, and Mike Gallego with the ball to left field. Maybe Coco hit it too hard, but Vernon Wells, the veteran, the Gold Glove center fielder, playing left. Chris Stewart going to the baseball. Brandon Moss had him there, and as Chris Stewart followed through. And see, you know what? I don't know. You look at the continuation of that play. He's showing the umpire the ball. The ball's coming out of his glove before he could actually hold on. And Stevie Buckner called him out. But there's a question whether he had the baseball long enough. Ground kick calls a fumble. Can't in baseball. Plus, he thought there were 3 outs. Maybe that's why he was happy as he headed the dugout. But he's still in the game, as is Derek Norris.
This is Reed Brignac, his first at bat. 3 2/3 of very good relief work from Jesse Chavez. And that one's hit to deep center. Coco's going back, shading his eyes, and he's got it right near the warning track.
Towards at least the pitch outside, which was smart on Chavez's part. I guess the sun's not bad in center field. Coco's got those beautiful sunglasses on the top of his cap. Two-seamer. Kind of starting to leak outside, and maybe there, as you see it X mode, a little bit towards the end. Sweet part of the bat. Enough power to hit it out, but Brignac, as that ball just kept moving away. We talk about the cut fastball after the ball cuts away from the sweet part of the bat.
So here's Cano. Cano rips one right at the first baseman, Fryman. He's got it, and that's out number 2. So now Teixeira will hit.
Now batting, number 25, Mark.
You know what's great about Coco Crisp in this game? Extra inning games are not good for the A's, considering the 19-inning game, 3 guys on the DL.
Yeah.
Today,
Coco shading his eyes. He's got it. A 4-pitch inning for Jesse Chavez. Nothing for the Yankees in the top of the 17th inning.
love it.
Remember, we had a 19-inning game earlier this year. First time since 1971 that the Oakland A's have played 2 games that have gone at least 17 innings in the same season. Well, we shouldn't complain. 20 innings and 21 innings that year.
Yeah. Well, and the old saying goes, play, try to win, worry about tomorrow. And meanwhile, the Mariners probably in town having a nice dinner.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves. They're chuckling about this.
That's a pretty good line for Warren.
It sure is.
6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 2 walks.
Center field, but off the end of the bat, Gardner comes in. He's got it. So Brandon Moss is retired. One out here in the bottom of the 17th. And the new pitcher is Preston Claiborne. So Preston Claiborne has pitched in the first 2 games of the series. So you know Joe Girardi is trying his best to not use him, but at this point he doesn't really have a choice. Claiborne's been very good this year.
And the one pitcher who has not pitched in this series for the Yankees
is
Mariano Rivera.
The best one.
Yeah. Oh, wow. CB.
Low strike called to Reddick.
Yeah, maybe he's delivering pizza to himself right now.
Or somewhere up near the broadcast booth. Reddick is 1 for 5. He singled in the 13th and he walked in the 15th. See if he can get a hold of one. Right field. Ichiro's going back. He's near the wall and he makes the catch. 2 outs.
Wow.
Now, Ray, it just didn't quite have that sound to it off the bat. Would you agree with that?
I agree, and it kept hooking and thought maybe get to the short part of the right field wall. Reddick a good swing. I think initially he thought maybe he had a chance. Ball kept hooking, and then when it hooks, you get closer to the 330. But Ichiro handled it well. And the players, once again, they were hopeful. Seth Smith, A.J. Griffin, dinner reservations. But that close. So Coco, who sat for 14 innings, pinched hit in the 15th and second AB. And he's 1 for 1. He's seen 1 pitch today.
Claiborne kicks and his first pitch is low. Two-out rally. Get that started with Coco Crisp. Bounces it over the mound into center field, and that's a base hit.
I wonder if his wheels are okay to steal a base.
Let's find out.
Well, the old saying goes that maybe a guy is so rested because he didn't start the game that somebody in, and that's Coco at first base. Just batting the ball over the pitcher's mound into center field. Trying to get the two-out rally going. Coco looks like he's running okay, which could indicate that maybe there is a stolen base at least in the attempt. Stewart does throw well if there is an attempt by Coco to try to steal his way in score position.
First pitch to Adam Rosales is a check swing called a strike. Rosales is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. He pinch hit in the 10th inning. So Cespedes, the only position player that has not been used. Coco kind of has a... He's taking his lead, but he's kind of leaning back toward first base, which is not what he usually does. He usually kind of leans towards second base. Swing and a miss. Rosales strikes out for the 4th time. And we're going to the 18th inning, folks. Still tied at 2. and we're having fun. It's a 2-2 game. I think what you seem to forget, Ray, is the Yankees scored 2 runs in the first inning, so they have not scored in 16 innings.
That's right.
They scored at 12:45 p.m.
It's 5:54. Well, let's just be thankful this is a day game, or started out a day game. You know, the Red Sox are in Baltimore. They're in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
6th inning at Tampa Bay.
Hey, you want to know why we're tied?
Why?
Right there. 0 for 25.
That's just today, right?
That's unbelievable.
Wow. Well, let's hope it's 0 for 28 after this inning is over.
Hafner to lead it off against Jesse Chavez. First pitch drops low. The Yankees have 10 hits in the game. They have left 14 on the base pass. The A's have 9 hits. They have left 9. And those are unofficial numbers, by the way.
And those numbers, unofficial or not, the last 3 innings, the Yankees have been retired in order.
Yeah,
9 up, 9 down. So 11 of those left on base occurred in a span of 5 innings.
Yep. Swing and a miss. Hafner continues to struggle.
A slow curveball, and Travis Hafner, normally he would not see him swing at a pitch that much out of the strike zone.
Just missed. Checked his swing. So Hafner is 0 for 14 in the series.
It could have been.
That could have been a swing.
Yeah, that's the old top of the bat. It happened so quickly, though.
And that was right there. Strike 3 called. Hafner strikes out again. He is 0 for 8.
0 for the series?
And 0 for the series. And this is a good pitch.
That's
it's a
perfect
fastball
pitch.
right there.
Right there, perfectly thrown, and check swing on the previous pitch, gets a reprieve and can't pull the trigger. And he has opposite field power, and you would think today with the fastballs that he's seeing outside that he would try to hit them deep to left field, but it's not happened.
1 out for Youkilis. Big curve drops in for a strike. Fastball a bit inside to Youkilis. Youkilis is 0 for 6 with a walk. He walked in his first at bat leading off the 2nd inning. Curve, and it snaps down low. Good pitch.
And if Buckner is calling the low fastball a strike, then that's a strike also, even though it was a curveball.
That one hit high and foul right side. Vernon Wells waits in the on-deck circle. Two-two pitch, swing and a miss. He struck him out.
What a curveball.
That is a good curve.
It's amazing that, for Jesse Chavez to pitch as much as he has, and he came in and really sharp biting curveball, but it still continues to bite as sharply. And he's getting diamond vision, and the fans chanting as they did with Jerry Blevins. They're chanting Jesse, and why not? Curveball. Youkilis really opening up, and strange to see. And Youkilis, so they're that's a lot of kids.
15 for the A's pitchers, 13 for the Yankees pitchers.
Perfect. Got them all.
Yep.
Just did not run out of tape.
Chavez jumps ahead of Vernon Wells. You think about it, though, Ray. Teixeira, Hafner, Euclid, Wells to play an 18-inning game and not have a hit. That's unbelievable.
It really is. But just have to wonder if, well, Joe Girardi's hoping one of them breaks out, but Jesse Chavez, I mean, remarkably, just continues to paint with all his pitches.
Wells almost chased that one. 2-2 the count.
Well, after Blevins pitched in the 19th inning game, remember it was going to be a position player for the 20th inning if it had gone to that. And there was some discussion who it was going to be. Seth Smith wanted to. I think it's going to be Brandon Moss. You know, a lot of candidates. So these guys thought they could be able to pitch.
Popped up. Coco coming in. Rosales out. Rosales squeezes it. And that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Jesse Chavez. What an incredible performance by that young man. Bottom of the 18th inning coming up. 2-2 game. Today, Jesse Chavez. That's right, folks. The crowd here at the Coliseum is chanting his name.
And you look, he came in the 13th, striking out 2, pumping his fist. Had bases loaded in the 14th, and then the next 4 he's retired all 12 batters. And yeah, Diamond Vision, Jesse, fans, Jesse, and we're all saying Jesse.
Well, and the first 2 hitters he faced may have been the 2 biggest hitters in the game.
That's it.
Because the Yankees had 2 on.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, it was 2 on.
2 on and 1 out. And he came in and got a couple of big strikeouts, and he's just been rolling along since.
They intentionally walked Cano to get to Teixeira and popped him up on a little bloop to short. And that's the intentional walk. That was to Cano in the 14th. That's the last base runner is allowed. Get him a win. I think Derek Norris would just as soon, because he's catching his second in of a doubleheader. He's already caught 18 innings today.
Rivera is warming up.
And I think, as we talked last inning, if the A's happen to get in a situation where they have a runner that maybe a hit would win it,
I bet they bring him in.
Exactly.
I mean, you start to feel like in a game like this, you got to use your best reliever somewhere.
And, you know, at one time, Mariano Rivera would come in the 8th inning to get a big out and then pitch the 9th inning. But you'd always think, well, it's only going to be used for the 9th inning, but that's not the case. And at least it was not at the time. But, hey, and of course, Chamberlain is still available, at least in the bullpen, as is Doolittle. Question whether either one of them are available. But I think the thing that comes out is maybe you even start thinking about a position player at a certain point in this game.
Norris is retired. And the thing with Rivera, Ray, the Yankees, like the A's, had Monday off.
Yeah.
He has not pitched in this series, so
yeah.
No, for sure he hasn't pitched in 3 days. So 1 out, and here's Jaso.
I think he is just throwing just to stay a little bit loose, and he was up for about 3 consecutive innings as the Yankees had the bases loaded, had runners on base, and bases loaded in the 11th, 2 in the 12th, 2 in the 13th, 3 in the 14th.
Strike called to Jaso. Jaso 1 for 6. Checks his swing and fouls it back. Jaso had a tough at bat in the 16th inning. He fouled a couple pitches off his legs. He was not feeling all that great, and I'm not sure he still is. Oh, 2 Preston Claiborne kicks and delivers. And there's a liner, base hit right field. 0-2 pitch, and Jaso went down and got it.
And the amazing thing about it is the same last night with Phil Hughes. 0-2. He threw him an off-speed pitch. Also a curveball here. Down. 0-2. And a base hit. So now he gets to run the bases.
And Girardi's coming out. Let's see what he does.
Claiborne, as you mentioned, pitched the first 2 games of the series, and he's going to Rivera.
So the game just got even more interesting. Yeah. Mariano Rivera is coming in with 1 out, and the winning run at first base here in the bottom of the 18th inning. And let's listen to the ovation for Rivera.
In the 18th, and the man Mariano Rivera makes his final appearance on the mound here at O.K Coliseum, and all the cameras and the camera well are taking photographs. There's maybe at a time wondering if he's even going to get in the game, but he is, and it's definitely not a safe situation. Maybe there's a safe situation for the Yankees to try to get back in to the dugout in the 19th inning.
Yeah, at this point it's a different definition of a save, really.
But Mariano Rivera, his numbers: 76 wins, 631 saves. Of course, the first in saves, a record probably that will, I guess you could say, maybe if you have a kid start at 20 and try to save games for 20 years, you get to that point. But I want to show the percentage of pitches thrown to Larry. Let's go up and show pitches thrown and the percentage time they throw it.
If it doesn't say 100, it's right. Not correct.
That's right. It is correct because 100% cut fastballs.
First pitch to Smith is a bit high.
That was an easy 89 with a cut fastball.
The Rangers and the Blue Jays are tied 1-1 in the 4th inning down in Arlington. First of a 4-game series down there. Darvish is pitching for Texas. Missed inside, and now it's 2-0. Smith and Lowry is in the on-deck circle. That one in for a strike, 90 miles an hour. Ten hits for each team now. Broken bat, little flare, and it's over Euclid's head. Nobody's covering third. Jaso is going to try for it, and Rivera gets over there. He gets over there late, and the A's have first and third with one out. So the A's catch a break.
Well, that's cut fastball, and Seth Smith broke his bat, and I don't think Mariano Rivera thought that Euclid was going to go out. He does to go get the ball, starts to him. By the time he gets back to third, Rivera's saying throw, and Wells would not, did not. And Jaso hesitated, and remember, a bad left ankle and shin, but still hustling into third as he did way back in the ninth inning. And that's where the A's had first and third, one out, and back-to-back strikeouts in the ninth inning. That was Robertson. So once again, infield, outfield, all coming in. And they're going to pitch to Nate Fryman, the A's American League and American League Rookie of the Year of the month for the month of May. He will get a chance. And if he hits the same fly ball that he hit to Eastro in his first at bat, A's will win it. And if there's ever a time to have a pitcher intentionally walk somebody, there's no concern about the pitcher not being able to throw strikes to the next batter.
He could throw one if he wants to.
But no frustration on the part of Mariano Rivera with the broken bat base hit and what looked like a first and second. And one out. Turned out to be first and third. Now the base is loaded. There it is. Fastball. That's bad. That's a cutter 100%. I don't think he can throw the ball straight. But we'll go on what the boys say in the truck. So Nate Fryman.
Well, you see Jaso, he's the winning run here in the bottom of the 18th inning. Fryman steps in.
First appearance. First time I would think that Fryman has faced Mariano Rivera.
First pitch is a fastball inside. This is Fryman's second at bat. And a fly ball to right field to end the 16th inning. He came into the game when Donaldson came out. And that is going to be a base hit, and the A's win it. Fryman a walk-off against Mariano Rivera. The marathon comes to an end in the bottom of the 18th inning. What a ball game.
What happened to his shirt?
So it was kind of a 15-round battle.
Yeah.
A couple of heavyweight teams going at it, and it's a rookie who gets the game-winning hit against a future first ballot Hall of
Famer. And you know, it's amazing. Two broken bats, one by Seth Smith and Nate Fryman, and here's the cutter, and it gets it on his hands, which is not surprised. Mariano Rivera has done that plenty of times. And it's not a blown save for Mariano Rivera in his final appearance at the Coliseum. It's not even a loss, as the loss will go to Claiborne, who started the inning and gave up the hit to Jaso on an 0-2 curveball. And Nate Fryman celebrating as he always does. Why not this time? He's able to get it done.
So it took 5 hours and 35 minutes. It took 18 innings, and the A's win it this afternoon 3-2, and they sweep the New York Yankees.
You think that they can jump high enough to get a pie in his face?
I think they're going to try.
6'8". I think they'll make an effort to get Nate Fryman, but that's good. He deserves it.
Well,
He'll take
Nate
it.
Fryman is getting ready to join us, but boy, what a game of emotional roller coaster. I think the Yankees are are going to walk off going, how did we not score? But the A's pitchers, the relievers, when they had to make that big pitch, they did, including Blevins and Jesse Chavez and all of them.
Wow.
And it's one of those where, again, that A's bullpen, which is so good, just shined the entire day, including Jesse Chavez. But we're going to talk with Nate Fryman, who is the walk-off winner. And Nate, thanks for joining us. Congratulations. How you feeling getting the game-winning hit against Mariano Rivera, a guy who's going to be in the Hall of Fame soon?
Right, the amazing feeling to get 3 wins in this series. We've been playing hot. It's nice to get another win, and you know, to be honest, I've been watching Mariano pitch since I've been about 7, so it's been pretty cool.
How cool is that?
Hey, I'm not sure if this device is going to work anymore.
That sounds good.
Do you hear us?
Good.
I hear you.
We're clean. You look great. You know.
Yeah, this is good. This is what you want to look like after a game. You know, forget being dirty, being covered with Gatorade and pie.
And more.
That's cold.
Well, we were wondering if you guys would be tall enough to get up to your face, but it looked like it was a double pie. So,
yeah, you got me.
How much did you know? You said you started to tell us about watching Mariano Rivera pitch, and of course he's a legend and first ballot Hall of Famer. You got the game-winning hit, but how much did you know about him as far as maybe before you faced him in this last at-bat?
I know that he's a guy that throws a lot of movement on that ball. He's really tough, throws a lot of strikes. He's got to pick one and try to hit it. I didn't get a great piece of that. I broke my bat, but good enough.
Well, you know what? You're not the first or last guy that has broken their bat against Mariano Rivera, but it was a game winner. And, you know, what are you thinking about sitting in the dugout in a game like this, Nate? It's 18 innings. You didn't start the game, but you came in later. And what's going through a player's mind when the game just goes on and on and on?
Honestly, what goes through your mind is that it could come down to something like that.
Sure.
You know, I bat against lefties for the most part, but, you know, I know that in a long game, I might get in there against Mariano with the bases loaded, so anything could happen, and I'm getting up in the cage, taking some swings, and then, you know, hopefully JD's okay. We'll find out inside, but, you know, Jesse, that's the pitching performance that probably I've ever seen out of a guy like that. Unbelievable. Carried us through 6 innings, I think, and so that was awesome.
And Nate, you said that your wife, Amanda, on the LPGA Tour is here for the homestand.
She's right there.
She's watching you, right? How proud is she of you? Because the golfer that she is, you've carried her bag, and now she watches you get a game-winning hit off of a future Hall of Famer.
Right, and that guy, he's, you know, if I had a vote, I'd vote for him on the first ballot. If I don't have a vote. But, you know, I'm excited that guy has represented New York with all the class in the world, and it's been great watching him. So it's something that I'll remember forever.
Well, we're going to remember this game for a while as well, and we thank you for ending it in the bottom of the 18th inning. How about that?
Yeah, well, we're happy we got a W out of that. Even if it took 30 innings, if we won, we're happy.
All right, nice job, Nate. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
All right, so we interview the hero of the game, it's the way we do things here, and it was Nate Fryman, but we absolutely cannot forget about Jesse Chavez, and Nate mentioned him, but he was unbelievable.
He was.
I mean, if he got in a jam, he worked his way out of it, and then, like you said, then he kind of got into cruise control for 3 innings.
Yeah, he retired the last 12 batters he faced. I mean, that's the remarkable thing. Some tough innings when he first came in to get a couple of strikeouts, loaded the bases, got to share to pop out to shortstop, and then all of a sudden 12 consecutive batters, and it's amazing what pitchers are able to do in those situations. And I thought Diamond Vision was great. They put it Jesse, that Callahan mentioned as a winning pitcher deservedly, and you know, just on a sad note to see Mariano Rivera have to come in a game like this. I mean, I think the A's would love to see him sit in the bullpen the whole game and have 3 games in the bullpen. It's his final appearance. Kind of sad to watch him end it this way, but from the A's standpoint, to play 19 innings against the Angels with a walk-off, and obviously you're playing 18 innings, it's going to be a walk-off if you get the hit. Nate Fryman, I mean, that's something he's always going to remember. Doesn't care of a broken bat. It's a base hit off of Mariano Rivera in his final ever appearance at the O.Co Coliseum here at the Coliseum. It's going to be great.
We mentioned Jesse Chavez, but let's talk the entire A's pitching staff. Yankees scored 2 runs, 3 batters into the game, and did not score another run through 18 innings.
You know, and the bullpen, you're right, did a tremendous job. But we have to commend the manager. What he did in walking, I've never seen an intentional walk in 4 consecutive innings. And
it worked every time.
It worked every time. And even more so, Sean Doolittle had pitched very effectively the last couple of games. You're tempted to say, well, can you give me an inning? Sure. Well, that inning might turn into more. You have to go to a position player. So Bob Melvin and Kurt Young stuck to the guns about Jesse Chavez, and what a remarkable job he did. It's something that he's going to remember also. Because we have to think last year to Evan Scribner, game 162. Essentially, that's what he did in 162. Jesse Chavez did it in this afternoon's and now early evening game to get the win. It's very deserving.
So we're tired, but we're happy. It was a great afternoon. Awesome.
This is a doubleheader. You ever done doubleheaders before?
I just did one, and it's a final score of 3-2 in 18 innings. Nate Fryman with the walk-off single against Mariano Rivera. What a great way to end it. So the A's sweep the Yankees. They continue to be red hot. They are now 41-27 on the year. 5 hours and 35 minutes it took. And the A's win it 3-2 again in 18 innings. You've been watching A's Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California. Don't go away. A's Postgame Live with Brody Brazil and Bip Roberts starts right now.